All right, let's get everybody in here. Retweet the space. You know what to do. We've got Manny here. I'm going to make him co-host. And anybody that wants to come up and just kind of chit-chat for a little while before Ray Designer starts his side of things.
Yo, what's up, Audio?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good, bro. I hope you're well. Hey, Manny, how are you?
Yep.
I'm good. I hope everybody's doing well as well. Welcome in.
Manny, you got the second phone or computer you're using to help translate?
No, I'm doing it by listening in. Or is it in another space they're doing it, or is it gonna be here?
Yeah, they're going to do it in another space. And for us to translate in English, we need two separate spaces open. So you're going to have to listen to the one that's official, and then this is going to be an English translation one because they're only doing it in Spanish.
Okay, Jesus. I thought it was.
So if you have a computer
Yeah,
or something,
yeah. I'm on the laptop. I'm gonna have to set up the.
I can get you the link if you need it.
Yeah, give me the link. Jesus. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be all up in the space right here. So that's why I was like a little confused, but luckily we jumped in here early.
Yeah, that's why I started it early.
So,
Definitely.
yeah, let me pull up Twitter over here.
Yo, what up, guys, man? How you doing?
All right. How you
Doing
doing?
well.
Not bad.
Manny, I just sent you one of the official links.
Cool.
This art is just insane. Oh my god! They dropped the picture of the coffin today, and just the detail behind it looks so cool, and it's so high resolution. It just looks so great. You can like look at the eye of the zombie that's in the coffin, and like maybe the coffins are the serums or something, or the vials. I don't know what we call them. Maybe the coffins are. I guess there's only 10 coffins dropping, so those must be 1-of-1s.
Yo, what's going on, Audio?
So what's up? Who's speaking
Just
right
chilling.
now?
Just
Had the thing
chilling.
closed. Shaquille, what's up?
I just caught my fucking fourth last night. Second zombie.
Nice. Very nice. People are trying to get them from me all day. I'm getting DMs.
Oh,
I'm getting
yeah?
offers. Oh, dude, like crazy. Like, I mean, people are trying to trade me doges and stuff, which, I want, but like, I think that I'm so busy today, I can't even actually look, see if I want to do a trade. And I
Yeah,
did
I feel
get
that.
rid of some of my floors already this week to just get some liquidity from the, RAYC, nothing crazy, but, just, I don't really want to put any sell pressure on anything, even though there's so much buying pressure right now. I think that the news is going to be just really good.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
but
Let's
we've all been
go.
there too. We've all been there where a big announcement comes and, you could go either way sometimes. So, you don't want to be too bullish. You don't want to be too bearish. And yeah, so everybody that's just tuning in, retweet the space so people know that there is a space where we are translating the other space into English, and Manny's going to take the wheel when that starts. He's getting another device where he's going to be listening to the Spanish version and translating it in real time, or kind of giving us the cliff notes of what's being said, just for us to kind of understand a little better. It's weird. I can understand Spanish, but I can't speak it. I can't really put the words together. And then, some words I kind of like, I'm less advanced. I did take like a year or two it took like half a year, I guess, in high school and a year in college, but that was so long ago. And I spent like a month in Mexico once. And it started to get a little better, but that's about the extent.
I live in Mexico and I still can't.
Oh, geez. And I went to Barcelona once too, and they don't speak Spanish; they speak Catalan in half the freaking city. or Catanese or whatever it's called. So it's like
So
a
they're
different
even listening to
area.
Colombian like Pepe
Yeah,
Designer versus Espanol, and I mean depends on what part of this. You know, are you from CDMX or you got Mayan? Like I live
yeah.
in Tulum, where you have like a lot of like
You live in
Mayan
Tulum?
inflection. Yeah,
Do I follow you? Yes, I do. I want to visit Tulum. Me and my girl have wanted to go there for so long. We've been everywhere
yeah.
else.
Come
Yeah.
on down. I was just up in your neck of the woods. I just came back from Burning Man.
Oh, nice. Yeah. How was
Had to
the
get out
weather
all
for
those.
Burning Man
Did
this year?
yeah? Did the fires cross over Vegas?
No, no.
No.
Vegas
Oh,
actually
they.
had pretty decent weather.
Okay, cool. But yeah, come down. We do. I run the Tulum Crypto Club, weekly
Sick.
IRL. We get even in off season right now. We still get about 30 people. In high season, we get about 200 weekly.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. What's
uh,
it looking like for places to stay and hotels and all that good stuff right now? Because
um,
we used to just my friends would always get like a big Airbnb, like a
yeah,
little mansion, and split it. But I don't
that's
know what that
that's
costs.
uh, that's a good idea. I mean, there's various. I can plug you into like most of the marketplace here. People use Facebook Marketplace to, or there's some Telegram groups.
Okay.
That's actually the Telegram groups are more for long-term rentals, but which is what I usually look for because my landlord just told me they're selling my place.
Oh,
Um, so I got to look for new digs. But
yeah. I just moved
um,
in like yesterday to a new place. I'm
oh,
standing
nice,
on the patio right now. No chairs, no
right?
furniture, no rugs. If I
Yeah,
go
try to
inside,
find.
it's too much of an echo, I think. So
Mm. Oh yeah, without furnishings. So I love my place though too. I just look straight into jungle.
nice. Wow. Check out. I guess I didn't post it yet, but I made a tweet like 20 minutes ago as I was leaving my old place, and it's a jungle, and there's a hawk up in the tree, and you can hear him just
Mm.
screaming.
Right.
It's so cool. You know, it's just like, oof.
Sweet.
I see the hawks and the crows fight all the time.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, but I would highly suggest. I think versus staying in like the hotel zone, it's like way overpriced and you don't really get that much for it.
Yeah.
Versus like just getting a place in the area called Aldea Zama or La Valletta, and then just get scooters. Like that's the best way to cruise Tulum.
Okay.
It's scooters or ATVs, because if it is busier and there's like the taxi traffic jams up and down the beach road, which is where you want to go check stuff out, and evening times and stuff like that. The beach road can get super packed because it's a narrow road. But with scooters, you can just like weave in and out of everything.
Yeah, that's awesome. I own a scooter company. I don't know if you
Cool.
learned that from some of my previous spaces. I own a company called Street Saw, and we do hoverboards. And I sold out of scooters, and I kind of really, really slowed down, and I increased all the prices while I'm moving, so I don't have to deal with all of it. But yeah, just in general.
Nice. In Vegas?
Yeah, in Vegas, and
Okay, cool.
yeah, it's a good source. Vegas
Yeah.
is kind of in the middle of everything. Vegas is near the beach. It's near the mountains. You can get up to some really really gnarly ski hills and ski mountains or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Um, Big Bear is not too far. There's a Lake Mead, and then you got it's actually cool. You can go boating in the exact same day as you can go snowboarding and skiing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of making Reno my just like tax base.
Yeah, of course. Wow, these are cool. Somebody did. Somebody is. Who is it? It's SK. SK is doing some AI 3D, uh, like renderings of my Rareapepe, and it looks fucking. It's like a mutant. Like a super. It's just. It looks just gnarly. That's so cool. Sending it to me in one of our group chats. I'll I'll download them and post them later. They look pretty rad. How are we looking, man?
Yeah, I'm all set up on this side right here. I'm just waiting for everything to go live here.
All right.
So I'm set up. I got my account on the laptop and on the
Play with
phone.
some buttons then. What buttons we got here? We got a party button. Oh yeah, that was kind of lame.
Yeah, I
We
was
got to
over
get
here.
ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you something in the DM soon
All
that I'm
right.
working on.
Okay, cool. You're always working on
Yeah.
cool shit, man. You're very talented.
Oh man, shh, don't tell everybody.
You live that retired life, huh?
Nah, I just love art, man. I love doing it for the art, man, for the culture, man.
Yeah.
I just like playing with things, man. But show you, you're gonna
Yeah.
be like, oh snap. But I went a different route. You know how everybody be doing zombies and all that. There's certain
Hmm.
characters that you can't do zombies with. Like, how's it gonna be a zombie? So
Yeah. They find a
yeah,
way. These people, they find a way.
yeah. So I'm just playing with it right now. I went a different route with it. So let's see how
Uh-huh.
everything plays out.
Show.
So I'll be having sparks flying everywhere and all types of good stuff. uh, man, but how was your day, man? How was everything today, man? Busy day?
Busy day for me. Yeah. Still moving. Lots of moving to do. And then I'm
See
trying to
you.
match up some of my collections with other collections and try to make sets and stuff like that. And at the same time, run this space and eat and drink and be happy.
That's all it's about. Happiness. I'm over here looking through the laptop on the tweets out with the rarest design video. Somebody put a
Yep.
meme
Yep.
uh, with the Michael Jackson joint. Did you see that one?
No.
By Satoshi Nakamoto. No, he got
Hey
me.
guys, how I'm gonna ask you
Yeah.
before it starts, how do you guys want to run this translation? Do you want to just let Manny take the floor and talk the whole time, or do you kind of want to have little spots where we could ask questions, or we think?
I think we should have some like time for people to give Manny some questions to us, maybe in the other space if they have any questions as well that they want to ask.
Yep.
Uh, let me see. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I'm joining the space. It's not letting me log connecting.
Just on one of my matches on the Doge Club, I'm gonna buy.
Yeah, why is it not letting me connect? I need to get another Twitter account. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna have to have two Twitter accounts.
That I do not have. I'm about to create another one real quick.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've been running one account since I came into space, man. So shit. My apologies. Let me set one up real quick.
Yep. Yep. Sweet.
Jesus. For the ball. 1 second. All right. Here we go. Jesus Christ.
If you need any help or anything, you need like a
No,
new email or something like that, let me know.
no, yeah, no. I just set up an account with my wife's info. My Twitter account with my wife's info. You gotta some people that want to come up. Hold on, let me
Oh,
for that space.
yeah. Let's see.
Explore.
We got 3 people that want to come up.
Yeah.
Helicopter.
Hey,
Wow.
you if you've got a PC and like a phone, you can
Bro,
use the same
yeah, I was
account to
just
be in two
thank you, bro.
spaces.
I was just about to say, bro, you only need one account. You
Yeah.
good, man. You can just join with your log into your
Oh,
account you got now, and you good.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me. I was. That's what I was trying to do, and it wasn't letting me listen on the computer. But I could. I already got it up. Join the space.
All right, but
All right. Yeah.
I mean, I can play it a little bit in the meantime. If y'all can hear.
Yeah. He's talking about the crisis in Venezuela. He's just giving a right now. He's giving his history. You know about how he came about starting the Rare Apes and you know the struggles in Venezuela. And he was like, I have nothing to lose, so I just started designing the art. What year? What year did he start? 2017. He's February. That's when he started creating this project. He, he's asking him. The one guy's asking him about the history of Pepe's and how do how they intertwine. You know, he's saying that he didn't know the concept of the Peppers when he first jumped into the space, and he started following these people, and they started talking to him about the Peppers. Hold on. Yeah, this is when it was in Bitcoin. Eh, He didn't know nothing about cryptocurrency or nothing when he first came into the space. He jumped into Bitcoin. He started learning about the blockchain. During that time that he jumped in, there was this token named Pepe Cash. He's just right now. He's just giving a lot of his history, his background, how everything came about, and how early when he got into the chain and stuff. So what made him fall in love with this concept was how the community came about with the previous Pepes that were on Bitcoin. That's when he decided to create a Twitter, because he fell in love with the design of of Pepe's. So that's how he got the name Pepe Designer. He participated in a couple different projects, but with the same concept of Pepe because he loved it so much.
Siempre como que llevado esa raíz de donde provengo, que realmente fue gracias al proyecto Rareapepe, ¿no? Y tuve que cambiarme el nombre, ya no podía ser designer porque estaba abarcando otros conceptos y no podía ser ya solamente de Pepe, así que decidí cambiarme a Rare Designer. Pero cuando pasa todo este tiempo, pasó mucho tiempo, en el 2018 cerró la submisión, me tocó
he said, through his journey with through the Bitcoin era, came a point in his life where he had to switch his name over to to Red Designer, Rareapepe.
En el 2021 fue cuando comienza toda esta revolución. 2021 que comienza toda la revolución.
I think he said 2021.
Los historiadores, todas las personas
or 2020. I don't know. He's speaking fast there.
Tuvo el primer día y fue ahí donde la gente empezó a llegar nuevamente al proyecto Rareapepe. De hecho, hasta ahorita todavía la gente sigue hablando de ese proyecto porque realmente fue los primeros pasos del proyecto A. Luego, cuando nosotros estamos en un momento dado, me acuerdo que estaba haciendo comisiones desde Rareapepe, llega una persona, se llama Giro, él es conocido como Giro en Twitter, y me ofrece, me dice, bueno, mira, quiero que me hagas una comisión y quiero que me haga...
He was commissioned to do some art.
Y yo, bueno, está bien. Y entonces
by Giro.
La comisión, y cuando termina con el resultado, él me dice, ¿no te gustaría llevar a cabo una colección completa alterna?
Yeah, by Giro.
Pero en versión
and for Rareapepe and stuff like that. He was commissioned for. He did that. And they asked him, wouldn't you like to carry the heritage along, and continue with the Rareapepe?
Por ejemplo, si ustedes ven los diseños de Pepe que he estado haciendo, siempre es una parodia de algo. Siempre es como una satírica hacia algo, porque
he was always tweaking with the concept of Pepe's and stuff like that.
Me enamoré de esa idea y me enamoré
he fell in love with the idea and the concept and some of the results, other things that he's done.
Me tocó hacer una investigación de todos los layers de Rareapepe y obviamente después llevarlo a cabo.
And he started doing research on all the different concepts and designs of Rare.
A una Pepe al lado de un Rareapepe realmente es un derivado.
And like, if you put them all next to each other, they're all different, but they all resemble somehow the concept, the idea, the historical aspect of things.
El logro que tuvimos al principio de que logramos crear un híbrido, una colección única pero al mismo tiempo derivada. Y poco a poco fue fluyendo todo así, y bueno, así fue como básicamente comenzaron los Rareapepe, y bueno, me gustó.
Yeah, from all those concepts and ideas and results, that's how the Rareapepes came to be.
Entonces, básicamente así fue como comenzó.
No, y sí creo que
yeah, that's how the legend of the Rareapepes came about, from the art, from all the concepts, looking at different. He wanted to make it unique.
Estás presentando, ¿no? Lo que es tu recorrido artístico y cómo ingresaste al Web3. Básicamente, el Pepe fue tu puente al Web3 y las criptomonedas y los NFTs.
Yeah, he was asking him was the Pepe what introduced you to your introduction to Bitcoin era, to all to cryptocurrency, to the blockchain. He said everything started off with a commission he was hired for as an artist for Pepe's. He said it felt like it was destiny for this to happen.
Excelente, no, sí, y nos ha traído a todos acá un espacio que creo que el proyecto realmente ha impactado, ¿no? Y como han dicho tiene todo el potencial para seguir creciendo y se ve en la comunidad y la participación constante y la dedicación que también nos brinda el equipo, ¿no? Y tú como
The guy that's
atrás
talking, he's
de
just,
todo este trabajo que le están poniendo y todo esfuerzo y dedicación que se nota, ¿cuál es la dirección o la visión, digamos,
now he's asking what's the direction, so we might have some good information here for you.
cómo tú ves a Pepe aquí a futuro?
Bueno, tú sabes que yo
Well,
estoy a favor de que la visión
y'all know
tiende a
what?
expandirse. Y
The
al
vision of
principio
expansion
nosotros teníamos la
has to expand.
que fuera un proyecto emblema, que fuera un proyecto que hiciera un homenaje a tanto a la marca Rareapepe,
He wants
una
to,
marca que
he wants
está
this to be a
reconocida
brand.
como una de las marcas que no
He dreamt of it as being a
en el
brand.
mundo, digamos que normal al mundo de los NFTs. Y conjunto al concepto meme, que es un concepto que prácticamente generó lo que
with
fue
the
los primeros pasos del criptoarte.
with the concept of the
Tienen
memes,
una importancia
coming along.
dentro del espacio.
It just feels right.
Y nosotros pensamos en hacer, más allá de divertirnos y haciendo este proyecto, ¿no? Hacer un
He said
homenaje
he has
a
had fun
grandes marcas,
building this
los
project,
grandes
with the
proyectos.
memes, with the
Ahora,
meme culture, bringing
cuando
the meme
se
culture back.
produce lo que es el Free Mind,
But when we produce,
nosotros teníamos planeado lanzar la colección de los zombies, pero queríamos dar
now he's talking
tiempo,
about the plans for
queríamos
the zombies.
tomarlo con pausa y
The
prácticamente la
zombies,
colección sería como
the zombies
una
was something that he was gonna
de,
take his time with.
¿cómo se dice? De recompensa, vamos a llamarla así.
As
Pero ocurre todo lo
now
que
he
es
jumped
el
into
Free Mind, que nosotros tuvimos que
to it being
para que el proyecto sí
that
siguiera creciendo.
this was gonna
Lo que
be
pasó
a gift to the
prácticamente
community.
planeado. O sea, nosotros no habíamos planeado todo lo que sucedería después, que fue el crecimiento orgánico enorme que hemos tenido hasta el momento. Y eso realmente no estaba parte de los planes o lo que habíamos pensado que ocurriría, ¿no? Y cuando esto empieza
He didn't have
se
no plans.
empieza a
He
generar
didn't
el crecimiento orgánico, esto se va
he didn't have
posicionando más a
planned
lo que es una marca NFT, así como las marcas como Rareapepe,
for it
que
to blow up
hablamos, y marca
the
NFT.
way it blew up.
Hablamos, por ejemplo, de
This is why he
Azuki, Azuki es una marca NFT.
for his holders
Entonces,
as loyal,
sabemos
all the stuff like that.
que son una marca. Y cuando todo esto empieza a meter, a mí, por ejemplo, en lo
I'll
personal, me
deliberate
da
what
la
I'm doing.
sensación como que Rareapepe tiene la dirección de convertirse en una marca o la marca más grande de memes en el mundo NFT. ¿Por qué? Porque vemos que, por ejemplo, han existido otras marcas, pero no veo que una marca basada en memes. O bueno, hay unas que intentan ser
¿Por qué?
marcas de
Porque
memes,
vemos que, por ejemplo, han
que
existido otras marcas, pero no veo que una marca
su esencia es memética. Entonces, una marca basada en el
basada en
concepto
memes.
principal,
O
meme,
bueno, hay
que
unas que
Rareapepe no he visto, o por lo menos no lo he visto como parte del top.
Entonces, una marca basada en el concepto principal, meme, que Rareapepe no he visto, o por lo menos no lo he visto.
Del mundo NFT. O sea, una de las mejores
Entonces,
marcas.
nosotros podemos ser eso, podemos ser esa marca que esté en el top
la dirección
del mundo NFT.
manteniendo,
O sea, una de las mejores marcas.
sobre todo lo que es la parte positiva memética
I got
de lo que es la comunidad APP, porque más allá de nosotros simplemente enfocarnos en lo que es crecimiento del volumen, toda la cosa, para nosotros es más importante la parte de experiencia, de generar un legado, de dejar una marca en la historia, y eso no...
all right, cool.
No, creo que tenemos la posibilidad de lograrlo mediante el crecimiento orgánico, pero también a través de las estrategias que nosotros tomemos. Y yo siento que
He's
tal vez hemos sido un poco lentos a la hora
saying that he's basically trying to make this a brand. How everything just has taken off. It was something that he didn't expect it to go as blow up as fast. But now that he's here, he's continuing to work hard to make it a brand world known. He hasn't seen the concept as strong as the red peppers.
No, y sobre todo cómo ha estado el mercado, que se habla mucho del mercado bajista, ¿no?
Um, the guys asking him about how the market conditions
Sí, es cierto.
when the red peppers came out on a bad market,
Totalmente orgánica.
and how everything has grown organically.
Mirá, no creo que mucho
Was it that was some? It was something unexpected.
sí, no se esperaba que llegue a tanto en realidad, ¿no? Por lo mismo de cómo se sentía el ambiente ya caldeado de los NFTs, y que hasta ahora se siente de alguna manera.
It's not really the accident, no questions. He's just going into the history of how everything came to be right now.
Que haya sido fácil, ¿no? Creo que también eh, como que algo que a mí personalmente digo, ah, qué chévere, ¿no? Qué orgullo que hay un artista reconocido en el espacio que haya sacado un proyecto, que haya destacado de esta manera, ha marcado bastante.
Yo, Manny, you're muted.
Yeah, yeah, no, no. I'm over here listening before I
Ah,
translate.
okay.
I got all he's doing right now is just going into some of the history which was already translated to y'all how everything came about. He's letting, I would guess, because he got an all Spanish community. They haven't really started asking him no questions, hard questions, like questions
Okay.
that I know that y'all would like. That's why I haven't really said much. I'm just listening right now.
Let's
No
take
sé
this
si ha
moment to just kind of reset the
ocurrido
room a little bit and then just
otros
get
en
everyone
español
follow
con
each
respecto al
other.
proyecto, ¿no?
I
Mm-hmm.
noticed I was going through the list of
Que de
people.
los
There's a
proyectos
few people
son
on the list there that
además
don't
son en
follow
inglés,
you
¿no?
and don't follow me.
Yo siempre he
We're
querido,
putting on
siempre he
this
deseado
putting
tener
this on as
la
volunteers,
oportunidad de
obviously,
que
and we
todos los que están
appreciate you, Manny.
hablando
So I
You're
want to make
welcome.
sure that the people
me
here
involucré
are following
sin
you.
entender nada, pero simplemente
Mm-hmm.
Um,
para que se
and
supiera
then
que estaba
retweet
ahí.
it
Y
seems
no
like a lot of
entendía
people are in
nada.
the Twitter chats
Yo creo que
asking right
la mejor
now,
manera
hey,
es
where can I
primero, o
listen to
sea,
this? Where can I
creando
listen to this?
espacio
So retweet the room and then also drop it in all the Twitter
que la
chats
pueda
and
de
the
manera
Discord
resumida,
because
pero siempre estoy
me and Manny were kind of busy running this
y
right
me
now
siento
to
muy bien
to
porque me
promote
parece
it.
esta
But I know a
revolución,
lot of people are like, oh, I'll
porque
just
alguien
listen to it later and
traductor para
translate it.
entender,
Well,
para
we could listen to it right now.
simplemente entiende
So
todo lo
Mm-hmm.
que se está hablando y nos podemos comunicar de manera más fluida. Por ejemplo, sería también dentro de lo que es el ecosistema NFT, de que el ecosistema también todos nos
He's
comunicar.
talking about how
Esa es una de las formas.
how people could enjoy this and make this fun
Que no
for the culture. A lot of people that don't know the NFT world.
de hablar de metaverso, ¿no? La
Um,
información. Estaríamos hablando de crear experiencias en la vida real.
it's talking about the metaverse and creating events in real life,
Llevar a la vida real.
hosting events. Yeah, hosting events in real life.
Que
All right, what is Pepe? There's people asking, what is Pepe?
hacer a Pepe en real life, en vez de eso, lo
we
ponemos
want to
en
know
español.
what the
A Pepe en la
ZAYC
vida real.
coffins are.
Y hacemos un conte.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Like for him to ask questions. Right now, all he's doing is just
Chismoso.
talking about the history and nothing.
Empezamos a investigar el asunto. De repente yo en algún momento dar una conferencia en Venezuela o en algún país latino, hablar del
About
proyecto.
basically he's just talking about how the growth needs to continue happening that he would like for the peppers to be all over
son uno, son personas que hablan español y obviamente que están participando en nuestro proyecto. Entonces,
and hosting RL events, you know, speaking about the brand
tal vez no lo saben o no conocen que hay un proyecto que
and you know, letting people know that don't know about Rare, you know, and Latin, you know, and Latin culture and stuff like that as well.
participar en el proyecto.
He's trying to get, you know, the Latin culture to participate in
Wow.
the rare culture, RAYC. So it's something that I you know I stated before, man. Once the Latin culture also gets behind this, it's untapped potential with RAYC. It could be real huge. So there is community Latin communities out here that are strong. Um, and it's trying to join and intertwine both.
Bueno, con respecto a lo que se acaba de publicar hace como 2 horas, bueno, vamos a hablar un poco más general de lo que es el proyecto, ¿no? De las cosas que tal vez estamos
Now,
trabajando.
I think now he's getting ready to start talking about what he's working on. The first thing that we're doing,
Que estamos actualizando
the first thing he's doing right now that
para
they're working with a professional team
experiencia de lo que va a ser la website.
for the website
Compartiendo
for a better experience in the website
estamos haciendo, ¿no?
and what they're doing.
En secreto, pero cuando llegue el
It's all been a secret
muchas personas lo van a ver.
When everybody sees the product that they're working on, they're gonna be surprised.
El habla hispana, hay alguien que ya no lo puedo llamar OG porque aquí somos todos, ¿no? OG, no sé cómo se pronuncia en inglés. Eh,
He's at work.
Manny, you're rugging a little bit. Yo, yo.
He completely arrived, I think.
Possibly.
No.
Oh, you're coming back, Manny. Just going in and out.
Manny, you're right. The better idea is leaving and coming back.
Can everybody hear me?
There you go. You're back.
All right, cool. So he's talking about that he hasn't forgotten. He hasn't forgotten everybody. Right? They're working hard. They're working hard. They fixing up the website. Everybody's gonna be surprised with what's coming for the website, as well as for the artwork. that there ain't gonna be no more. He was stating earlier that there, that, you know, as far as any more free mints, that's not happening now no more. But the community is gonna be getting taken care of. And the guy asked him, what about, you know, the people that's coming into the project and stuff down the line. Um, they was like, well, they're not, you know.
Hacerle saber a la gente, ve, ya es.
Hold on. Yeah, like let's say for instance, you go to sell your after you get your zombie and all that, it's gonna let people know that that one's already been, you know, claimed. The zombie for that has been claimed, all that stuff, you know, as well.
Bueno,
Hold on.
sigo. Voy a hablar sobre eh,
He's getting ready to talk over.
el ataúd.
Oh, he's talking over the casket when they was designing the process of the zombies.
10 megas que
That
poner los ataúd
that he was talking about something about 10 mega.
10 megas y claro,
Oh, it
era
has to be 10 mega something. Is it some mechanic that they used before or something like that for mutation
cómo usarlo. Bueno, vamos a hablar
and
del
how to use them?
mecánico porque no es igual al cero. En este caso es un ataúd que si
In
obviamente
this case, is a casket,
sabe
and that concept was for you to lay your pepe to rest in these caskets. Um,
similar en el sentido de que tú al obtenerlo, tú puedes abrir el ataúd y
by
ataúd
by you obtaining these caskets, there's going to be contents in the casket when you open it.
de revelar el contenido cuando tú deseas. O sea, tú puedes guardar el ataúd para siempre y mantener la raza.
Yeah, there's going to be contents in these caskets that are going to be things for your pepe. Um, but you don't have to open them. You could keep them shut forever if you want. Instead,
Ya no hemos aclarado muy bien la forma en cómo lo vamos a usar, ¿no?
so that was the initial idea. So now they haven't
En la parte
really finalized on how they're gonna make the casket.
para una distribución justa. ¿En qué sentido? Que
Yeah, how they're gonna make the casket functional with everything.
vamos a poner un ejemplo aquí rápido. En el caso de Pai,
Hold on,
creo que lo pusieron como una subasta holandesa.
for example, he's talking about the mutant board apes, the mega mutants.
O este NFT va bajando de precio. Entonces, obviamente, esto va a incentivar que a cualquier persona.
They're trying to do something like with the mega mutants.
Yo me imaginaba, bueno, esto en cierta forma es un poco.
You know they had only a few serums for the mega mutants and stuff like that, and you only have a certain few mega mutants. Well, that was the concept for the caskets. You get this casket and it has contents and stuff in there where your pepe, you know, can become a mega mutant in a way. That was the concept behind the caskets.
Esto es para mí, o sea, cualquier persona de nuestra comunidad, de los APP Holders, tenga la oportunidad de tener
And
mejor.
Yeah, that anybody in the community will have an opportunity or a chance to win a mega mutant pepper. As far as you know, it's not gonna be something that is gonna be airdrop to every. That's not gonna be an airdrop to everybody type thing. It's gonna be like raffled off to the community or something. For in order for it to become a mega mutant pepper.
¿Cómo se verá el mega? Pero
And then there's gonna be 10,000 zombies and 10,000 mutants.
pero con el tema del website, los anuncios que sacaste, ya básicamente eso lo tienen como que puerta de horno, parece.
Hay cosas que se están construyendo que iremos anunciando con el pasar del tiempo, del
They're
momento.
working on more on a lot of stuff that they're getting close to releasing. He said y'all seen some sneak peeks of things. But they're working on more things, more content, more things.
Vamos a hablar sobre eso más adelante. Obviamente vamos a anunciar más. Y yo lo considero como una meta de comunidad cuando los rebeldes se van a dar cuenta que es así. Que, es una meta de comunidad, de proyecto completo, o sea que va a involucrar tanto al core team como también a la comunidad misma. Entonces, claro, cuando llegue el momento, yo lo voy a explicar, lo voy a compartir con ustedes. Pero por ahora, esto es todo lo que voy a decir en este ama. No sé si ya podemos comenzar con la ronda de preguntas y respuestas.
Sí, ahí
Okay,
tengo.
so now he's about to have people come ask questions.
Lo voy a agregar.
So this is when the things gonna get interesting. Let's see what happens. Um, but yeah, he's working on a lot of things. As far as artwork. Um, they're gonna be more sneak peeks coming out. Um, everything is closer to being done than what people expect, what people think right now. Uh,
Bueno, no sé si Rita quiere hablar.
Sí. Tienes el micrófono muteado. Fíjate en tu micrófono si estás en celular, en la parte de abajo, a la izquierda.
Ok, voy a entonces buscamos,
Sí,
damos la
ya
oportunidad.
soy alguien más. Super.
yeah, so the coffin is gonna be for basically a mega mutant.
A la Pepe.
Adelante, Superflex. A Pepe. ¿Qué
A
tal?
Pepe.
¿Cómo están? ¿Cómo están? Qué bueno.
Bien, bien, bien.
Muchas gracias por tenerme aquí en su espacio. Gracias por tenerme, como le estoy diciendo. Yo tengo una pregunta para ustedes. Para ver si le entendí a ustedes, usted me está diciendo que van a ser los 10 Muffins, van a ser de como Mega Mutant.
No, son mega zombies.
Oh, he was like, no. 10 coffins is for mega zombies.
Son los mutantes.
The mutant.
También fue Ray con Bite.
So for the coffins, it's gonna be 10 coffins, and those 10 coffins is for mega mutant zombie or for mega zombies. Okay. Um, for the as far as the mutants will fall under kind of the same concept as BAYC.
Que vamos a lanzar ahorita en octubre es el match de los APP. sea, esta colección no tiene nada que ver con
As far as far as that zombie collection, that has nothing to do with the concept of RAYC and BAYC. That's a total different aspect, I think, because that's a unique. Nobody has seen those before. So 10,000 zombies is something that he created uniquely to reward his community.
de uno, ¿verdad? Los copies. Exactamente, sí, son únicos, pues son un arte único.
And since this art is so unique and it's the only of its kind, that's why these caskets also have come along.
Pepe, Rare Designer, iba a hacer los coffins, iban a tener arte del arte que hicieron antes, de los artes originales de Bitcoin. Y yo, como tenía este coffin, yo estaba pensando que era un vampiro, pero si me están diciendo que es diferente, pues eso es lo único que quería saber yo. Muchas gracias. Gracias a ti.
Yeah, because one of the guys asked him, about the coffins and stuff like that. So for the coffins, it's gonna be something about some mega zombies. There's 10 coffins.
Sí, sí.
Bro, la pregunta que tengo para ti ahí, si te reíste del disfraz que puse ahí, bro. Hello.
Bro, dime.
Oye, la pregunta que tenía es si te rieron con el disfraz ese, con la entrada mía para el
Sí, no, estuvo muy bueno. De hecho, eso fue lo que estaba hablando hace un momento, de que mucha gente a lo mejor se preguntaría, oye, ¿qué es eso? Y también me gustó el hecho de que trajiste a tu Pepe y empezaste a...
Yeah, now some guys was asking him did he like his entry for the
de verdad.
award. I don't know something. I guess that was giving something away. He put an entry in and stuff like that. He was like, "Yo, did you get a laugh out of it and stuff?" He's not asking out right now. They're just talking. He's just telling him, "Yo, he likes this project is connecting people all over the world and stuff like that. Connecting the cultures."
Cool.
Dale, gracias, Superflex. Rida, te veo con la mano arriba, pasa.
Hola chicos, hola, ¿cómo estamos todos?
¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien, todo chévere. Gracias por el hecho que se hace un EM en español, porque yo manejo el inglés también, pero es muy bueno porque la comunidad es internacional, todos los APPs que hay de todas las partes del mundo. Yo tengo amigos que están en países como Dubái que no hablan inglés, hablan árabe, por ejemplo, y es que los APPs sea algo internacional y de todo el mundo. Entonces, yo tengo una pequeña
You have the question now.
cosas, es que
So I understand things.
uno por cada app, ¿sí?
From what I understand, the zombies is gonna be one for every pepper. He says yes, correct. And if you use that injection,
No, bueno,
he was asking if once he gets injected with the serum, will that pepper disappear? And Rare was like, no. You'll have your OG and you'll have your zombies.
ahora están los e-remites, que para ello, yo había pensado y lo dije creo que hace unos momentos, ¿no? De que
But your peppers ain't getting burnt.
pero tenemos que aclarar que la antigua estrategia de darle el free mine a los OG va a ser una locura y va a ser algo totalmente loco. Entonces, por eso es que ocurre todo el drama que ya por lo menos solucionamos. Yo creo que para los OG puede ser algo, por ejemplo, voy a especular acá, a tomarlo como una estrategia definitiva, ¿no? Por ejemplo, un kit de merch para ellos, totalmente
So he's saying for the OG, he's gonna send them merch completely for free. they won't have to pay for the merch as a reward because of all the drama that happened, that they already fixed and stuff like that. So what he's gonna do for his OGs is he's gonna send them all. He's gonna get design merch and he's gonna send them to them for free.
Se va a quemar ese APP original.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Esa era la pregunta que tenía, ¿cierto, Ría? Si te...
Sí, eso es.
Yeah, and then the guy was asking him, so yeah, so they're not gonna get burnt. He was like, no. He was like, the only thing that gets burnt is the serum. Once you use the serum, you get your zombie, and that serum is burnt, and then that serum produces your zombie.
Esto no tiene nada que ver con los mutantes, que es algo que todavía
Then you have your mega zombies.
desarrollando. ¿Perdón?
Has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the mutants. This is separate from that. This is gonna be towards the zombies. So them 10 coffins is for 10 mega zombies.
Eso, yo soy un don nadie en el mundo de NFT. Y el hecho que ya tengo casi 600.
Somos un granito de arena.
Sí, yo, una persona que soy, bueno, no tengo sabiduría. Sí, soy, bueno, bastante nuevo, no voy a decir desde.
All right, come on. Go to the next question.
Aquí la gente son muy maja y en el Discord y esas cosas. No, soy un poquito introvertido, no hablo mucho, pero la verdad es que gente que con pesos pesados en el mundo de NFT y en un proyecto como el Rareapepe, para que yo esta parte de eso es un honor para mí, la verdad es que, y agradezco a Rareapepe y todos los que están aquí, la verdad es un ocasión.
God's just glad to be a part of this. That's what he's saying. He's glad to be a part of this.
Bueno, nuevos en NFTs es una ocasión muy buena. Y ahora con que estamos, es una chance única para entrar en un proyecto que yo pienso que va a ser algo muy grande. Y gracias a todos y gracias por dejarme hablar.
All right. He went on a rant. Whoever that was, he was on a rant.
Un poquito polilota, no lo piensas, estoy aquí para todo, ¿vale?
Ok, muchas gracias, Ría.
Gracias a todos.
Gracias.
But the good thing that we got out of that when he went to ask questions was about the aspect of him rewarding his OGs with the clothing, with the merch for free.
No existen dos nadie, aquí todos somos una familia. Y apoyarnos unos a los otros, ¿no?
He said, "Rare's like a family."
Como no, somos aquí todos iguales.
Because the guy was like, yeah, that I'm a swordfish in this big pond, with all these people that been in NFTs for a while that have major money and stuff like that. He was like, nah, everybody is his considered family.
Twitter, y de la noche a la mañana.
You're the Rare, your family.
Un mes y medio o menos de un mes que pasó de 100 seguidores a 1900. O sea, estamos hablando de una interacción fuerte que yo considero como uno de los puntos.
He's talking about how, like, how it was crazy how after it went free mint, how the community grew so fast and blew up. They went from like 1,500 followers to all the followers they have now. It was it was shocking to them, surprising.
A largo tiempo. Y, por ejemplo, desde el 2017 he sido un creyente en el concepto Rareapepe. Y ahorita
He's been a firm believer in the concept of Rareapepe.
odio, nadie quería asociarse con Rareapepe, nadie quería nada con Rareapepe. De hecho, varias personas que llegaron a repudiar porque
and and now he's talking about how there was a lot of hate towards the red pepper to the pepper aspect of things, that people seen it as racist and stuff like that back then, and how they switch things around.
proyecto, que la gente concepto de Pepe como un concepto divertido.
That's why he launched this project, that he wanted it to be something different, for stem away from that aspect of things, how things were looked at, to build us as a family, to build vibes, a good community.
Si tú tienes 100 seguidores y tienes 10,000, ambos para mí son familia. Entonces,
So he doesn't care if you have 100 followers or 10 million followers. You're still considered family. Um, and he was telling him thank you for being part of the team. And he's telling him thank you for your words, man. Everything today has been interesting towards the trajectory of things, how things came to be, the historical aspect of things.
Estamos bien, estamos primeramente 1 millón de gracias para
First of all, thank you a lot.
Mucha gente preguntaron qué es lo que había, qué es lo que es un Rareapepe y que mucha gente conectaron primeramente. Segundamente, los originales, los pepes originales,
So,
piensa que van a tener más valor después del stopping o van a caer de valor.
So now he's asking him. He was like, "So what do you think is gonna happen after the zombies? Is the value of the OG ones gonna fall, or are they gonna get more valuable?"
nada de eso, pero
So he don't like talking about prices and stuff like that. These concepts.
los 4,05. O sea, ¿qué es lo que lo ha mantenido ahí? ¿Cuál es el soporte? ¿Por qué se ha mantenido en ese soporte? Yo creo que se ha mantenido en ese soporte porque la gente está a la expectativa de lo que viene.
Yeah, he was asking. He's talking about how why has it held so strong and stuff like that, because people believe in the concept and the art that's coming, and what they're building, and they're excited to see the community has been very supportive, loving the art and stuff like that, basically.
A decirme que por lo que representa esta imagen, representa influencia, representa estatus.
And what the image represents, what it symbolizes, the origin of things.
Lo que representa el proyecto para ti y lo que representa.
He said, what holds the value is what it represents to you, the project, or the concept or the art, what it means to you.
Apreciando la cultura, apreciando el arte
And he
también.
said, you got to see it from an aspect of, being appreciative of the culture, how everything has happened through the years, the historical aspect of things.
De la expectativa. Yo creo que ese es el punto real de todo proyecto, allá de la especulación, de toda la cosa. Yo creo que cosas que vayamos nosotros desarrollando y las estrategias que nosotros vayamos desarrollando van a hacer que el precio de cada uno de estos NFT crezca. ¿Por qué? Porque creo fielmente en ello, ¿no? Creo un proyecto de largo tiempo.
He said he believes that this is a project for long term. That's going to be around for the long term.
Y nadie la quería comprar. Eso fue en el 2018. Y ahorita alrededor de
You went to the historic of Pepe Lisa, how Pepe Lisa was like $200, and now it's not like non-Ethereums or some shit.
este activo se vuelva muy fuerte. Entonces también hay muchas cosas que pueden influir en el precio como tal. Parece que también es un tema muy complejo, porque hay proyectos que hacen muchas cosas. Por ejemplo, analizar algunos proyectos que no tienen el nivel de tráfico que tiene Rareapepe en estos momentos y han ofrecido muchas cosas para cambiar el mundo, entre comillas, y el precio sigue bajando. Entonces, intrínseco realmente no podría darte una respuesta definitiva de que sí o no, o sea, solo el tiempo lo dirá.
No, claro, claro.
Yeah, so basically, he was telling him, he was like, "Listen, I can't tell you I can't predict what the future of the OGs is gonna hold. Whether once they launch these other, the zombies and stuff, whether it's gonna hold its value or not. That is up to the entire, to the holders. What does it mean to you? You know what I mean? What does the art, the culture, and stuff mean to you?
Ya,
Because everything's gonna stem from the Pepe.
creo que la responsabilidad es interesante la respuesta que te dieron, porque esa respuesta también indica que, claro, no se siente orgulloso, siente que le puedes sacar un valor por la influencia que te da tu NFT, pero este valor y esta influencia a la final la crea la comunidad, ¿no? Es lo que
Yeah, the
pienso.
value and the influence is created by the community.
Uno puede dar su granito de arena y realmente hacer un cambio por un proyecto, en este caso APP, que creo que a todos nos encanta, ¿no? Y la mayoría de gente le está yendo súper bien también.
Gracias. Otro que tenga preguntas por acá. No sé si alguno más tiene alguna pregunta.
Does anybody else have a
Creo
question?
que no sé si es que ya habló.
No, nomás quiero decir que está bien curada que eres un mexicano hablando español, tiene un proyecto, porque está bien, I just want to say, it's very cool, man, that you're a Mexican artist and have a Spanish space because every now and then there's like, or all the time there's always an English project, and I think it's real cool, man. To have,
Just to clarify, he's from Venezuela, not from Mexico.
Why? But the one guy that came up there, bro, thought he was Mexican. I was like, yo, just to clarify, he's from Venezuela. So.
It is Mexican Independence Day, I guess. So.
Oh man. Well, he got this far.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Okay, somebody else.
Sí, yo tengo una pregunta acerca de si alguna vez les han acercado grandes marcas.
He's asking, he was like, has any brands of companies like like that approached y'all?
Tener al equipo, creo que
And
entonces
how do you maintain the team together, organized and focused uh, on building this brand and growing it?
Oh, marca.
He's like, yeah, brands have reached out to us when we was at the top. A lot of brands have reached out to us.
Acercarnos, muchas personas ofreciéndonos la colaboración.
A lot of people are offering collaborations.
Nosotros estábamos más bien en el proceso
And during that moment, they were more focused on building, getting it strong. And then at the same time, they was getting a little bit of lash, from community members and how things were going. He wanted to straighten everything out in order before getting into any collaborations or just fixing the bugs and fixing everything. He said, yeah, when the highs were up, a lot of different projects and brands were reaching out to him. Then things started going down a little bit. Things died. Well, not died down a little bit, but like a lot of the people are just basically sitting and waiting and seeing what they're doing, what they're building.
con respecto al equipo. Es cierto, el equipo ha sido muy pequeño desde el principio.
So yeah, as far as like the team goes, yeah, we know the team has been small from the beginning, and soon as they started growing, they started getting the team bigger. Now they're more than now there's more than 10 of them
Por ejemplo, ahorita estamos en conversaciones
in
con
the team.
cargadas
Right now, he's in conversation with
yo,
with a person that's gonna be the basically the ambassador of the community. You know, reaching out to the community and let them know what's going on.
esta persona que queremos tener parte del equipo con la cual estamos hablando va a ser esa persona que lleve todas las comunicaciones públicas, ¿no?
So yeah, that person that they're talking to is they're gonna be announcing who it is soon. The team's been growing, but this is gonna be the person that's gonna communicate and put everything, all information out there for everyone to see as well.
A medida que fue avanzando, fuimos creciendo y creciendo y creciendo, y ahora estamos en este proceso de seguir creciendo, porque si nuestro objetivo es realmente convertir.
And they've been growing. They want to continue to grow, build this brand, build this company in the NFT world. He wants to have a solid team, and they're looking to get with the adequate people for it.
Tarea, a las actividades, a las metas y a la visión que nosotros tenemos como equipo para lograr eso.
He's trying to, yeah, they're trying to build, but they basically trying to build have the right team in there to continue to build this brand that see their vision of what they have planned.
Sobre esta marca, sacarla fuera de lo digital, o sea, ya meter como ya cosas físicas de pronto o
Hey,
no
do you
sé.
have any plans out to bring this brand outside of just NFTs? As far as like with the zombies and all that, like as far as like toys, figures, um, it was like yeah, they're figuring out the merch, how they're gonna go about the merch.
Hay personas
They're
que lo
building the merch and all that.
o sea, queremos expandir lo que es la
They
marca.
definitely want to expand RAYC outside of this.
Claro, yo soy el tipo de persona que creo que no es la mercancía que debería definir el valor de la marca, sino la marca el valor de la mercancía. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Por ejemplo,
He's saying that yeah.
el caso de por ejemplo,
He's like that the brand
que Boreal va a menos, ¿me entiendes? Porque ellos definieron muy
the
bien
brand is what builds the merch, not the merch is what not the merch build the brand.
en la tecnología generar una identidad en base a esa marca. Entonces lo mismo pasa con Rareapepe. O sea, no es que vamos a solamente dedicarnos a sacar mercancía como Nike, no, sino que nuestro proyecto, la base inicial viene siendo la parte artística, la parte memética, el concepto de Pepe.
Like, yeah, as far as the merch, they don't want it to be like Nike and stuff like that. They want it to contain that concept of the meme of the Pepe, make the merch fun as well. Still be memeable, which is it's fun things.
Designer, artista de los apepes. Tenemos a Pepe Q. Adelante. Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Yo tengo una pregunta para Rare Designer. Quiero saber cuánto tiempo tomó usted para completar las dos colecciones de Rareapepe y los zombies.
He's asking how long has it taken you to make both rare and the zombies. How long has it
Bueno, los Rareapepe,
The Rareapepe took a month,
no, perdón, 26 días. Y los zombies
26 days. It took them to complete the rare,
pa-
and then the as far as with the zombies, because they already have like the concept, so it took them for the rares. It took them to. I mean, for the zombies, it took them 23 days, and for the megas, it took them 12 days.
había que entregar la siguiente colección y como es el lanzamiento ahorita en octubre, que terminarlo lo más rápido posible.
Yeah, he was like, because in October is when he said that the zombies is coming out. They got it done. They had to make sure they got everything done in order to deliver. As he promised in October that the zombies were coming, and they're coming.
Creo que se debe al proceso, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a comenzar primero con los APP, buscar primero los layers, un proceso de investigación. Primero viene el proceso de investigación de cada uno de los layers, el resultado final de cada uno, porque una cosa es dibujar los layers, otra cosa es cuando tengas que dibujarlo y que todos funcionen uno con otro. Entonces, después de que hace uno una investigación previa de todo eso, uno recopila todos esos datos y comienzas a dibujar, porque ya, o sea, no hay una imagen que te separe el layer, o sea, todo estaba ya, cuando tú investigabas, todo estaba encima, entonces tenías que tú mismo a la imagen y ver, hey, este layer no lo he dibujado, lo voy a dibujar. Entonces veías la siguiente imagen, mira, esta tampoco lo he dibujado, lo voy a dibujar. Entonces así uno va, poco a poco va construyendo hasta que te das cuenta que empiezas a investigar todos los tries de byte y los comparas con los artes que uno ha hecho y dices, hey, ya están todos. Fue como realmente ocurrió. Empezamos primero a la conceptualización, que fue los bocetos, tratar de buscar la forma más posible de parecerse a ellos, pero que se generara algo distinto, algo nuevo, y que diera la sensación que es un Pepe en ese proceso de
Just talking
conceptualización.
about right now about the layers, the concept, all the art, how the layer, how they had to when they had to submit everything. Um, had to submit all the layers, make sure that all the art, all the layers like fit,
Entonces, todo eso es un proceso de
the shadings, everything.
sótano, y como lo diría yo, eso la gente no lo sabe, no lo ha visto, pero es un proceso que se lleva para poder lograr el resultado que la gente ahorita está viendo, que es el resultado
So
final.
he had to go over it a few times to make sure that all the concepts, everything fit right. That's why you have the peppers that we have now.
Empezamos a renombrarlo, empezaron a guardar por carpetas diferentes para separarlo.
Taking some of the concepts, from like the board apes and stuff like that.
Un momento que vimos un visto bueno, pero no habíamos visto todos los detalles como tal. Hubieron varios trajes que modificar también, que son cosas que yo lo veo como parte del trabajo, ¿no? Que son errores que se cometen porque somos humanos y no tenemos la capacidad de analizar 10.000 imágenes para saber cuál tiene errores y cuáles no. Entonces la misma comunidad nos ha estado ayudando a ver cuáles son los errores que debemos de modificar. Entonces, cuando ya teníamos la colección, ¿no? Cuando se llevó a cabo todo el proceso del contrato y todo esto, que lanzamos al público la colección, planificado.
Had to check all the layers, check everything, all the art, go over it, make sure it was ready for everybody. Once they got everything together and all the concepts were done, that's when they released it to the community. And then he started right after that. He started working on the zombies.
De repente que iba a salir un tentáculo, de repente un ojo por acá.
Because that was gonna be a surprise, like he said before, that was gonna be a surprise for the community.
para el arte final como tal, sino que realmente está libre de proponer ideas y de proponer resultados. Entonces así fue como se fue construyendo poco a poco hasta que hace como, no sé, como 4 o 5 días atrás fue que terminamos la colección como tal. Entonces no sé si era eso lo que quería saber.
Sí, gracias. ¿O me parece o dijiste que ya
But
Bueno, sí, yo creo que lo dije en el Discord, lo dije en el Discord.
yeah, the zombies are done.
Pero yo me refiero a la parte artística ya hemos culminado ya esa parte, ¿no? Por eso es que ustedes me ven ahí, eh, no sé, hablando tonterías en el grupo general.
más relajado.
Sí, más relajado.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, he got the zombies done, so now he's more relaxed and stuff like that. That the art for the zombies are done.
Para el día.
So everything, they're looking at everything to make sure everything's ready for the day that they're gonna deliver them. But as far as everything, the art's done for the zombies. And once again, those caskets that y'all seen are for mega zombies.
Levantó la mano, ¿quieres preguntar algo?
There's gonna be
Adelante.
10 mega zombies.
Sí, muchas gracias otra vez por tenerme aquí en el espacio. Mi pregunta, mi pregunta va a ser esta. Yo he hablado con la otra comunidad de los Pepes, no sé si ustedes saben de los Pepe Ape Yacht Clubs. Pues yo he hablado con ellos y me han dicho ellos que ellos quieren colaborar con ustedes, pero no sé si ustedes han hablado con ellos. ¿Qué piensan ustedes de eso? O de colaborar con otras comunidades y cosas así.
So the guy that just went up, he's asking that PAYC have talked about reaching out and collaborating. So he's asking how would they feel about doing collaboration as far as with the pepper. He was like, what is that? He was like, what's it called? He was like, with all due respect, right now I'm focusing on RAYC and and building our brand and building our community.
Pudiera surgir de repente más adelante una
He
colaboración.
said, yeah, maybe later on down the future, but as of now, no. We're not open to collaborations with that type of projects right now. With no type of projects right now. We're working on building RAYC. He's like, as far as that, we don't have time right now to be investigating um what type of individuals they are, what kind of backgrounds and stuff like that. So for those reasons, right now they're not collaborating with nobody because they're focusing right now on RAYC, and they don't know if they see our vision or where we taking RAYC. So they have a vision in mind of where they're gonna take RAYC, and wants that to be the main goal right now.
Tenemos a Rodrigo también que pidió la palabra. Adelante, Rodrigo, buenas tardes.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Bueno, primero darle las gracias a Rar Designer. Yo soy una persona de Chile en el mundo NFT desde noviembre del año pasado y la Rareapepe ha sido una tremenda experiencia. Los Rareapepe son como la buena música, ¿no? Que los ves y nunca te dejan de sorprender, de encantar, de encontrar detalles.
The guy that came up, he was like, the Peppers to him it's like good music. You look at them, you enjoy them, you don't get bored with them. You just keep looking at them, you just continue to keep looking at them. He's just thankful for the art.
con experiencia al equipo.
The guys thanking him for bringing people that is about Web3 and building RAYC.
Que me transmiten mucha confianza, ver cómo ellos están también haciendo un supporting ahí muy serio, muy grande. Nada, me gustaría consultar a Rare Designer, que tú estás radicado en Venezuela o en Estados Unidos, y preguntarte cómo ves a futuro la colección de los Mutants. Si la ves con alto entusiasmo, si es algo que para ti es importante, porque al menos para mí visualizar, solamente imaginarme los Rareapepe en versión Mutant, me parecería una colección impresionante.
So the guys asked him
Los zombies que ahora están
about the zombies.
Sea una colección que se diferencia.
And how basically has he taken his time the same as well as the RAYC, and if he enjoyed it, if he loved the art.
De mutar a su primera colección, y es algo que está como muy repetitivo. Me parece que haber dejado los Mutants para un futuro de al menos 6 meses me parece estratégicamente perfecto.
That the guy's basically thankful for taking a different aspect of it. Instead of doing the mutants first, he did the zombie, which is something that hasn't been done yet, whatever. And that he's thankful that they're still gonna get the mutants further down the line.
Venezuela. Con respecto a lo otro que acabas de decir, de mutantes, yo cuando me imaginé el resultado mutante, realmente va a
When
quedar
he imagined when he imagined the results of the mutants,
el hecho de saber
it's gonna be better than the zombies as well. Each John, he's gonna step it up. The art, he loves it. He loves the challenge, and he likes to imagine he likes to imagine the final result before he starts to draw and build.
respecto a los serum de mutante, ¿no? Está muy repetidísimo, ya la gente sabe, o sea, de hecho ya la gente pudo captar que
He's talking about the serums and
puesto era lo más lógico de saber, porque la estrategia anterior ya hay proyectos que ya han lanzado esta estrategia y ya ha funcionado, ¿no? Entonces también es ese el punto, o sea, no es solamente también es repetitivo, pero también que hay estrategias que tienden a ser o aparentan ser innovadoras y a veces no
yeah,
funcionan.
he's talking about how the serum, the concept works and stuff and he loved that aspect of that.
En mucho tiempo pudiéramos pensar.
He said as far as the mutants, they're gonna have time to build them, to make them nice. In the process of how you're gonna mutate them. They're thinking hard. They're gonna ask feedback from the community on what kind of concept to go with in order to mutate your pepper into the mutants. What was the best strategies? And he's gonna wait for feedback of the community how to go about that. He said, as far as the mutant, the results that he expects from it is gonna be brutal. It's gonna impact the community differently. And he knows that once the community sees this, they're gonna love it. They're gonna fall in love with it like they fell in love with the rare. And how they're gonna fall in love with the zombies.
Ahí en la comunidad que está en el máximo nivel. Así que eso, gracias y a seguir adelante como comunidad.
Puede ser un primer designer que tú pienses que va a ser mejor los zombies por el motivo que hayas tenido libertad como artista, ¿no? Como un lienzo en blanco, no te has tenido que tocar ni a un template, ¿no? Ni nada. Sino ya había puesto el trabajo libremente.
Con respecto a esto, sí, no. Siempre
The guy asked me, was it easier for you to create the zombie because you had the free will and stuff like that? He was like, in a way, yes, and in a way, no, because he knows that the zombies have to be uh as far as the quality art has to step up, it has to be better, it has to keep improving.
diferente. Y lo que se plantea con los mutantes también es lo mismo. O sea,
And what he plans for the mutants is the same thing. He's he looks at the zombies and he knows he has to step it up every time, and he just loves the art and he loves the challenge, and he's gonna accomplish all that as far as every time the collection is gonna get better.
mi respuesta sería que sería mejor.
Excelente, sí, no, y creo que lo que dices te demuestra bien claro la conexión de los aspectos originales.
So if you think that if you love the rare peppers now, basically you're gonna but what he's basically saying, you're gonna love what's gonna come, and how the each collection is gonna be uniquely different, and the quality of art is always gonna be improving.
Muchas gracias por tu arte. Que nosotros en la comunidad nos encanta y cada vez que vemos
I think they're about to wrap it up.
partes de los zombies, nos pone más bullish. No tengo nada más que decir. Muchas gracias continúa haciendo lo que estás haciendo, que la comunidad.
Yeah, they're about to, I think they're about to wrap it up.
Gracias a ti, no, gracias por participar y gracias por ser parte de la comunidad.
Gracias, Cloud. Buenas tardes. Y no se olviden acá también toda la gente que estamos en parte cómo podemos apoyar.
All right, so the good things that we got out of there was that the OGs will be rewarded, with merch for free. The caskets that everybody been asking about is gonna be for Mega Zombies.
Buenas tardes.
That's two of the keynotes there, and how they want to continue to build this brand globally. Uh, Make it, do what BAYC did, wherever BAYC steps into, they're known. That's the same concept they want for RAYC, known globally. And they're going to continue to build as far as partnerships and stuff like that. They're not looking to partner up with nobody right now. They want to continue to grow this brand. Hold on.
Escuchando. Entonces, quería tiempo para honrar
Pepe Jacob, right, y a la comunidad entera y a México por lo que han estado haciendo y agradecer por seguir, como dicen, ¿verdad? O sea, seguir aquí en estos países, manteniendo la comunidad hispana viva, también con la comunidad mexicana, la comunidad europea, como escuché antes de Dubái, y estamos haciendo, ¿verdad? Y quería otra
Yeah, the
vez
guy just he just up there. He just congratulating Red Designer on the success, the art.
en este trayecto. So, gracias a todos.
They just being thankful for the art and the quality of art and what they're building.
Veo que Let Me Be tiene Let Me Be Frank, tiene la mano arriba. Buenas tardes, adelante, bro.
No, que llegué tarde, so quería una pregunta de los zombies y ahora de los mutantes.
Frank just went over there to go ask some questions.
Los zombies, me creo que cada uno que va a ser uno. Que si tiene un OG, Pepe se va a coger un zombie, pero los mutantes pueden ser más de 10,000, puede ser más, pues va a ser como 20,000 como los Mikey, igual como ellos, que va a ser como 20,000
Sí,
mutantes.
sí, sí, por eso es que es el match, ¿no? Los mutantes van a ser uno de los Mike, que son 20.000 prácticamente.
No, me gusta. Esa fue la pregunta.
So as far as with the
Mega, que tú sabes que Mike tiene, creo que son 8 megas.
as far as with the mutants, it's gonna be like the same concept. As far as the concept is gonna follow the same concept as the mutant apes. What is it? 20,000 of them. But as far as
Los zombies van a ser, creo que entiendo lo que él quiere decir. Los zombies van a ser uno de los apetitos.
so as far as the zombies go, it's gonna be 1-1 to your Pepe. It's gonna be the match
Zombies
to your rare.
solamente de los apepes. O sea, no existe como
It's gonna
los zombies, la versión zombie de Apepe va a una colección totalmente única porque mucha gente la confunde.
it's gonna be unique because it's everything. It's gonna be your
Colección única que se había pensado para principalmente iba a ser una recompensa, pero obviamente después de todo el drama que ocurrió con la comunidad, decidimos llevarlo a hacer un serum que fuera, no sé, que permitiera esa transformación en sus APP, manteniendo sus APP, pero también generando el zombie.
All right, so yeah, what he's saying is with that serum, once you take your pepper to and get it and mutate it to the zombie, it'll be everything that your pepper has will be getting zombified or whatever. So it's gonna match the concept of your pepper.
Tenemos ahí también a One for All, que tiene la mano alzada adelante.
Saludos, es un placer para mí estar en este espacio. El anterior estuve, pero no lo vi ya grabado. Mientras estaba hablando mi compañero el designer, recordaba una de las tantas películas de Jobs cuando viendo que comenzaron en una cochera y ya luego podemos ver hoy en día todo el trasfondo o todo el alcance que ha tenido esta empresa. De verdad admiro a mi amigo, mi compañero Red Designer. No tengo ninguna pregunta, pero quería hacer este reconocimiento por este espacio porque siempre que tiene la oportunidad me tiende una mano y somos compañeros de años. De verdad estoy muy agradecido por su persona y por su amistad. Gracias. Gracias a ti, Juan for All. Sabes que somos OG del espacio NFT Si este espacio crece, nosotros crecemos.
Yeah, so that's gonna go down. As far as like with the Reds, you're gonna get the serum, and they're gonna go 1-to-1 to your RAYC as far as mutation goes.
Este espacio ha sido muy bueno para mí.
So they're about to close it down. He just
Okay.
he's thanking everybody for coming in, showing support and love for RAYC. I hope that this continues to having Spanish spaces as well, and all of them, all the spaces.
No sé, siento que podemos hablar de una
They're trying to bridge. Basically, he's trying to bridge the Latin culture and bring the Latin culture in as well. Because there's people that are in NFTs but don't really know English like that. It'd be their second language is lacking. So these spaces, these Spanish, these Latin spaces need to continue happening as well. And thank everybody. Just thanking everybody. And basically, they focusing on continuing to build a brand, man. From what I'm listening to him speak upon.
Y bueno, gracias primeramente a ustedes, gracias realmente. Sigamos construyendo estas marcas, sigamos dándole
All right.
valor a la
Should we
imagen,
open it for discussion
sigamos
already, or
divirtiéndonos sobre
is he
todo.
saying more?
O sea, mantengamos
No, he's just we can open it up for discussion now. He's just talking about go continue with the good vibes, continue the building, and put inputs, putting out those inputs out there and stuff like that. That he looks at them, and that he's listening to the community as well, but that they just focus on building this brand.
Yeah, it sounds to me like they're a lot more focused on the brand
Yeah.
than anything now, which is, to me, it's a 180 from what I expected a few weeks ago. I guess like when they did the thing where they were like, oh, we're gonna drop 5,000 zombies to OGs, and then we're gonna charge the rest of everybody 5,000, whatever. Like, I got afraid that they were putting the value that they could get and pocket from their mint above everything else. But it's clear that after that day, they listened to everybody.
Yeah.
They changed it up. They said they figured it out. We still need to recognize OGs.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give them free merch.
Yep.
And keep everybody else happy with their mutants.
Yep.
And here we are. And now it's like, wow, okay. Everybody gets their zombies. The OGs are still being recognized with their free merch.
Yep.
And the coffins are mega mutants.
Yep.
So did they cover if the coffins are going to be one of one, or if they are going to be like take your PFP and mutate your RAYC?
No, they're one of one.
Or is it?
They're one of ones.
They're
as far as the
completely one of one.
Yeah, completely something different. Those were the three questions I asked when I went up. If you heard, I don't know.
Yeah,
my question was, what are the zombies? And he says those are a one from your Apepes. Their zombies are going to be its own trait, even though they come from an Apepe. Based on the Apepe trait, which is a Bored Ape homage, based on that trait, you're going to have zombie traits that are going to be brand new to this to this art. But so that's going to be a one for one, and that's your serum.
Cool.
And you can either sell your serum or keep it. He did mention that, and his very answer was, you choose if you want to sell your serum or not. It's your choice.
Yep.
And then he said, the other thing was with the mutants, which is going to be 6 months to a year. He says he doesn't know how long it's going to take because he says it's going to be a match. 20,000 collection, match the mutant ape. So if you have a mutant ape, there's going to be an Pepe version of it with exactly the same traits, and that's going to be a 20,000 collection, but it's going to take longer for him to do. So that's going to
And
be
there will be
separate.
mega mutants as well.
And there's going to be, because he says there's 8 mega mutants for the mutants right now, so there are going to be mega mutants as well. But right now, the coffins are the mega zombies for the zombie collection, and they're going to be a 1 of 1, and there's going to be 10 of them.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
But did we get an indication of how are those released? Like, are those like how are those claimed? Those coffins, since they're rares.
That I was listening to, that didn't clarify that. That ain't say how it's gonna be, how that was gonna be done.
Like a randomizer or something.
Yeah,
I didn't ask
it'll
that.
probably
Right.
it'll probably be randomized.
I mean, it sounds like it'll be probably when the mutants come, because wasn't it with the bases, like when the serums came out, you maybe got an M1 or an M2, right?
I think so. Yeah, I wasn't around for when.
But remember, there's going to be 10,000 zombies.
Yep.
There's going to be 10,000 zombies. So the extra 10, there's really going to be 10,010 in the collection, because of the 10 are going to be 1 of 1s.
That's what he was saying.
They're not going to match. He did say that. He says they will not match in a Pepe. There won't be in a Pepe with these traits. It's going to be something complete. He said spectacular, which is something crazy, something
right. Yeah, of course. 1 of 1 from the incredible artist. Expect nothing but But the question is, do those 10 come at the zombie time? Because it's very clear. I think it was very clear.
That's going to come with the zombies.
It's going to come with the zombies, not the mutants.
Yeah, because it's for the zombies. Those 10 coffins are for the mega zombies, so they're coming with the zombies. He said the way that is being implemented, they're trying to figure out how they implement it, where you open the coffin and that's where you find your your mega.
Because they said you will have a 1-to-1 for every rare, you will have a zombie, so that means someone might open up a coffin and they got +1.
I heard something when he said that's where you lay your Pepe to rest, but I also heard that you're not burning you're not burning your OG for the zombie.
Nope.
But when it came to the megas, I didn't hear clarification on that.
Yeah,
because the one guy kept rambling on. I'm like, they kept praising him and rambling on and stuff like that. Like, they asked a question, we get an answer, and then oh, thank you, and they kept rambling on, and thank you for the art and for the community that's being built and all that stuff. But as far as clarifications, how those 10 are gonna be given out, there wasn't. But the thing that was clear is that the OGs will still be getting rewarded with the free merch. That was clear.
I think there's going to be more rewards for them just over time.
Well, I think it'll be clear after they did the AMA. They'll put something in the Discord announcements channel that, I mean, they have done a good job after that last kind of shit show AMA.
He spoke on that.
They did. I feel like get a good line item explanation. So
yeah, he definitely spoke on that. How the community, was kind of in an uproar about the whole zombie situation, and they rectify that by everybody's gonna get a 1-to-1. They move past that, and they talk to the OGs. And what he's talking about is doing free merch for them, sending it to them. Which ain't gonna be like your regular, merch stuff like that. It's gonna still portray the meme culture as well. It's cool, that's what makes the art fun as well. He wants to keep that there. And then the zombie aspect of things. And what you call the mutants are gonna be, he said, within 6 months down the line or something. But as far as all the art for the zombies, that's already done. That's why you see it more relaxed and more engaging on the Discord.
That makes sense.
This guy must cook on his art too. I mean, he must
Yeah,
get
he said
so
23 days. It took him
yeah.
23 days. Yeah.
It took him 23 days for the zombies. Yeah, it took him.
26 for the main collection, 23
Yep.
for the zombies, and 5 days for the 10.
No, he said 12 days. 12 days.
12. Oh, for the
12 days for the
one coffins.
Yep.
Yeah, for the megas.
Yep, 12 days.
Because somebody asked him how he does his work, and he went into detail. He's like, "All right, well, originally we had to do the outline, and then I had to do the layers, and then when you do this trick, you can do this trick." And then he just went down, and he went down a ramble of how, like, eventually he had all the traits, and then he puts everything together, and then he has to, go through it all.
Submit the art. Yeah, submit the art and
yeah.
all that stuff. Yeah,
that was good to hear.
Like...
that was really good to hear. Really good to hear. Like hearing him talk about it and stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he was going so fast that I couldn't, keep up with him. So I'm taking the key things that he's saying that I know what the community, the things that I know everybody wants to hear right now.
What about his thing when there was a discussion, and maybe audio can speak on this too? One of the guys asked about collabing with a different project.
Yes, he
said
brought
no. Up Pepe Ape Yacht Club.
He said,
"Yeah, what the fuck was that?" PAYC.
Yeah, he said, yeah, that's exactly what he said. He was like, what is that? Polite. Who is that? Yeah, he said it politely, but he was he didn't know what it was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he didn't know what it was. So the audience member asked and tried to say Pepe Ape Yacht Club, right? And then Rare Designer was like, "Who the fuck is that?"
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't say like who the fuck is that? No, he didn't say like who the fuck is that. He was like say it again. What is that? And he was like, oh, like he basically hasn't heard of him and stuff like that. And he was like, listen, as far as collaboration, we're not doing that right now. We're focusing on our brand, on our vision, on what we have in mind, and what we have set. You know what I mean? Because there's definitely two different quality of arts, man. Like you can't.
Oh yeah.
You can't compare the two.
No. I mean, you mean from the Yuga Labs?
No.
Pepe. Because he's talking about collabs, and he was just being polite. He was like, "Look, man, right now there's we don't know what their morals are. We don't know what their purpose is. We don't know what they're doing. So we're not even focusing on that. Everybody's hitting us up. We're just focusing on our community."
Right. Yeah, well, because I can say like how I found out about this was at a bar one night here in Tulum, because we have a older Rareapepe artist as well here who knows Rare Designer from years ago, who've all been making art on Counterparty. And he was like, listen, he's like, so many of these artists are hungry right now, and they're not being seen, like hungry to like get out into the culture really, but they're not being seen on Counterparty because nobody wants to spend the time to do that. And he's like, look at this. And I just remember it was like, everything was like around 0.13, 0.15 still. So I love how he comes from that side of things where they're just like really focused on the culture and the art.
Yeah, definitely. He loves the culture. Man. He loves the culture. He loves the art. But right now he's focusing on building his brand. He wants to build it just the same way as BAYC built it. That you can go step anywhere in it. And even if you ain't into NFTs and stuff like that, you know what BAYC is. And that's what he wants for RAYC. He wants he's focused on that.
I think it's a great decision for them not to partner with anybody right now. Just to focus on the artwork. That's a sign of a strong leader who's making clear conscious decisions. The next thing is Manny, thank you for doing all the translations, and
you're welcome.
ADO King, thank you for hosting the space and giving us this opportunity to listen to this firsthand.
Manny stepped up.
Just wanted to,
all credit to Manny. I just the puppet guy. Just put things together.
I just wanted to say, I think, just from hearing from you, Manny, you mentioned that the coffins would be a raffle. So that's where I think the 10 Mega Mutants would come from.
Oh, okay.
So there's going to be so the 10,000 zombies, one for each Rareapepe, and then 10 additional Mega Mutants that are going to be part of a raffle. That's what I heard, at least from Manny when he was talking.
Who wants to place bets on whether Adzilla gets one?
Well, he's gonna get. Listen, he's gonna get one whether he gets it or not, because he's gonna want to buy one. He's probably gonna put in the top bid for one of those.
Well, unless he did say what he said, if that's a raffle and you have to lay your Pepes to rest, like what gets you into the raffle? Like you gotta burn a Pepe or something?
Could be anything.
Nah, I don't think. And we got Tim with his hand up. But I don't think everybody who mentioned burned a Pepe, he was not about that. He was like, no, you're burning cereal.
No, all Pepes must live.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, you guys see my new PFP?
What is that?
Just wondering. Someone from the audience sent this to me, and we're going to talk afterward about whether we can do some cool shit like this in celebration of the Rareapepe Yacht Club and Halloween spooky season.
That's
so if
dope,
you guys
though.
think it's cool, stay tuned.
Yeah.
And CEO
Audio. Look up top, bro. Look what I put. Look at the mutated I did for.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Frank's been killing it, bro.
And it's in season of the spooky season. Anyways, Tim, what's going on? Tim, let's go. We're ready to hear you.
Pepe. Good afternoon, good evening. Yeah, good AMA. And Manny, thank you. Audio, thank you guys for hosting this space. And Manny, I know it's challenging to keep up, but you did a great job, man. And I was kind of also translating myself on my computer, kind of copying the closed caption and kind of trying to translate at the same time. But yeah, man, you're spot on, brother. I appreciate that. I think the largest thing here that I think, if we start to kind of also support Rare Designer and the company and the team, that they're building a brand long term, 5 years, 10 years, like it's not going anywhere, right? So I think the less that we focus on, we're getting more art or how's this going to get done. I think they have an idea of how they're going to roll it out, so we don't really have to worry about the mechanics, to be honest. I think now we have to kind of say, okay, how can we help support this brand being like a worldwide recognized brand, and us now as a community working together to help add value to the brand.
Exactly, and that was some of the things that he was saying upon the rambling and stuff like that. That they already had the team already has the vision, you know what I mean, and the art and stuff like that. It's about building the brand, and reaching it worldwide. Not just in NFTs, but bringing it outside of the NFT, outside in the world as well, and branding out that way. So, like, he has a vision, the team has a vision, and they're right now laser focused on building this brand and continue growing it. From everything that I was listening to him, the first time I even listened to this guy, man, I felt his genuine. That he was genuine, and he's here to really create something that's gonna be around forever. A company. Basically, if you want, that's what you want to call it, man. A brand, a company. That's the vibe that I got from listening to him the first time, and I've been around, so just listening to people, I could tell when a person's being genuine and stuff like that, and I was like, man, this guy here, he's for real, and he's gonna put in the work. I was surprised to hear him say that. My bad, audio. That it only took him that long to create this beautiful art.
Yeah,
man.
right. That
I was
too.
shocking. I was like, what? 26 days? I'm like, holy. He's a hell of an artist, man.
when he was speaking, I was thinking of this card that I actually posted in the chat where it says, "You merely adopted the dank memes. I was born in them, molded by them. I didn't see the light until I was already a wizard." That's him.
Yeah.
1000%.
That's him, bro. That's him. He's the OG, bro.
Yeah, he's a hell of a talented dude, man, and I can't wait, man. I can't wait to see what's gonna come. I can't wait to see that art, man. And the brand and the company growing, man. But he's for real. He say he's focused on this. They don't have time right now to be partnering up with people because they don't have. He don't want to have some of his resources doing investigating on these individuals that want to partner up with them, where they're funding, what type of projects have they done, have they done rug pulls. He don't have time for that right now. He knows that what he's building is genuine. He wants to continue to build this RAYC brand to be one of the top brands out there, be recognized internationally, and that's what they're focused on right now. He said
Feels
partnerships
rare,
will,
man.
yep. He's like
Feels rare.
yep. He's like partnerships will come down the line. Right now, we're working on our brand. So it was good to hear that, man. It was definitely good to hear that.
That's huge, bro. You don't understand how huge that is. Just to know that they're just completely focused and there's no outside influences that will detract them from that is, to me, that's key. Really.
Yep. Yeah, and another thing is he said that he isn't worried about, the price because at the end of the day, art the value of art is on the beholder as well. If you love the art, and you know what it means, and you know that they're working on this brand, you give it the value.
Yeah.
He's not worrying about the floors or none of that. He's worried about building the brand and continue growing it.
And everybody gets the price they deserve, at the end of the day.
Yeah. So, if you got something valuable, you know where it's going. Hold that shit, man, because this guy's definitely building in his team.
How many versions do you think are going to stay? How many people are not going to use the serum?
I think
great question. Yeah, go ahead, Manny.
I think it'll be maybe less than 10% won't use this serum to try to capitalize in it. Everybody that's in it that loves the art, it's probably gonna use this serum just to see what they get because of the art, the quality of the art. They're gonna start seeing these zombies and all that and how dope they look, and they're gonna use them. I'm gonna use it. You know what I mean? Because I want this high quality piece of art.
I feel like if you don't use it during like spooky season, that's the time to use it. If we get these things dropped in a week or 2 or 3 weeks for October, like you should. I don't see why you wouldn't open it up and then just use it as your PFP for all of October. Like when November comes, it's kind of going to be, what do we do now? Like, all right, cool, mutants.
I think it's going to come down to wallet distribution as well. How many people are holding? People with 1, maybe 2, will use them all. People with 10 or 5, over 5 to 10, might want to keep 1 or 2
facts.
just to see what goes down long term. Because as far as I understand, I haven't actually seen the figures personally, so somebody needs to validate this. But as far as I understand, the Bored Ape serums are higher than the Mutant Ape serums is higher than the Mutant Ape floor.
That is correct. I think the serums are like the M1 is 29 Ethereum right now, and then the Mutant floor is I think 13 or 14 Ethereum.
So yeah, that's it.
What do you guys think about the lack of activity during the space? I thought we'd be having a sale every minute, and looking at the activity, I see barely any sales. What do you think about that?
I can jump in real quick. Yeah, I think it's actually probably a healthy thing because the people that are in the project that were tuned in or to both of the spaces, they're holding. Like people are like, okay, I have what I have, and I just want to understand now how can I contribute in a positive way versus trying to flip off the floor or buy. Like I think people are kind of really dialed in now to like what's the next level of building IP, like actually something more tangible, just bigger than just having a JPEG. I think that's a good sign, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
I think
that people got delivered exactly what they were expecting. Maybe nobody's really listening, and at the same time, no one's just like gobbling up the floor. It was like perfectly on with expectations.
Well, I think it's taking time for. I mean, it was directed. AMA was directed in Spanish, and just statistically across the world, the socioeconomic divisions are going to be that most that were listening in Spanish were probably not prepared to sweep a floor. And so, and then now it's like, okay, we're talking, and what does it mean, and are we on a consensus of track that I feel like there's probably a delay there too. Plus all the strong holders who are like, I got what I got and I'm happy.
Yeah, I think you have a good point there, because if I didn't have the massive bag that I do, I'd be sweeping right now. But I'm satisfied with where I'm at.
Another thing is, right, that that in some of these countries, these South America and stuff like that, the economics are different. You know what I mean? Not that because a guy in there that was there was like, he holds one or two, and he was talking about the aspect of these other people that have been in the space and are whales. You know what I mean? And sometimes other people don't have it right then and there to do it. You know what I mean? Especially with in the Latin culture, depending where you're from and stuff like that. People work hard for their money and stuff. Um, so you'll see people scooping them up, but you ain't gonna see that massive movement as you would here in America, where the economy is much better. The jobs and what people are doing as far as in the NFT communities, because you don't have a lot of Latin spaces, and there's a lot of Latin people here, but they don't speak that English well to understand it as well. So
you mean Mexico, right?
Yeah, yo, that was I know who that person was too, man, because he's a troll. He's kind of a troll,
Was
that
that the
person.
moon from Crow, bro?
Yes. That
The
was
dude who
him.
has 40 projects. I thought he was gonna drop something on the
Yo,
big screen, bro. I thought he was
bro,
going to do something nasty.
bro,
Bro comes in every day and drops a freaking project. Anyways, back to the question where I had about the serums. I think, and maybe this is more geared to Tim, and I think what's his name, Audio has a mute, and I don't know if you got a serum first, but so when those came out, the serums were randomized, where it was 1, 2, or 3, and therefore that creates a gamification kind of value because you might have gotten the 1 and you want the 2 or you want the 3. Therefore, here everybody's kind of the same level playing field, so it's really no. Is there going to be a reason not to use your serum? I mean, they're just curious on your thoughts, Tim.
So I think this time around, I think to Audio's point too, it kind of makes sense to use because there's not going to be different tiers of being zombifications or whatever. So it's just everybody's going to have a zombie version. I think the mutants now they'll be sorry, go on, Frank.
No, I was saying, and let's be. We're speculating. We don't know for sure if there's going to be tiers of mutants. I don't think that was actually asked. We're assuming that everybody's going to get the same serum. But what if he drops level serums, and I'm just saying, let's be frank here, right?
But the reason a serum would be more valuable to somebody getting into the project is that they can buy the serum first, and then from all the Rareapepes that haven't used the serum, they can pick their favorite one to also then mutate. So actually, it's kind of like doing it the other way around. So that's where there's the extra value, I think, in serums. As far as the audience and why the floor didn't move, I think it's because a lot of the people that are here, we're already sold. We know what's coming. We're in for the long haul. And what is interesting and what we need to do from this session is pull out all the salient points, all the kind of key topics and key information and meme the fuck out of it.
Fuck
Because
yeah.
what we need to do
yeah.
is actually take this information and disseminate it in the way that Rareapepe would want it to be disseminated.
No, that's a great point. But I guess we have to also wait to the formal. There's gonna be a transcript, right, from the AMA. So I think from the transcript, we can probably then take, back to your point, the salient points, and make real tangible memes behind that. But I know Primal Key had your hand up, and X-Ray. If you guys wanted to jump in, by all means, then Primal first, then X-Ray afterwards.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, man. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you holding the space, audio, and Manny. I've been in many of your spaces, so I'm always appreciate what you're doing. So my take on it was, if it's only one level, which it sounded like for the zombies, almost everyone will do it. But if I was to get a coffin and there's only 10 by lottery, I'd want to be the last one to do it, because I figure it would generate the excitement. And if you're the last one, there could even be a spaces where you actually did yours with everybody watching and hoping you got like the rarest, baddest one. So that's kind of my theory. And on people not selling, I think everyone's really into them building the brand, and that was really bullish. I mean, I'd put in a wheat offer during the thing, and after it expires, I might just try to buy it because I want to get a couple more of these.
Well, what I think is gonna happen with those coffins is, like I said, it's gonna be raffled off. It's not gonna go to any, to certain specific people. It's just gonna be basically like a roulette wheel. You know what I mean? Maybe they'll draw some names, put them in the thing, and wherever it lands in, that's who gets a coffin. I think that's what they're gonna do with that, like a big wheel of fortune or something.
I think that's the right way to do it too.
Yeah, so you're saying you'll get like the serum and an extra one, a coffin, because of the lottery.
Yeah, like let's say the serums,
kinda
everybody's
sound
gonna
like
get
that.
everybody's gonna get a serum. Everybody that holds a pepper is gonna get a serum. You know what I mean? You're gonna be able to get your zombie. But there's gonna be 10 separate ones, which it'll be 10,010, like Frank was saying. And these 10 coffins, you know what I mean? They're not going to any specific person. It'll be randomized, and whoever gets lucky enough to get one of these coffins, guess what? You got yourself a mega zombie.
You're
Which
set.
is fair. Yeah.
Yep.
You're
You're
set.
gonna possibly set.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
So
Yeah,
that's the cool
I'll be
aspect.
taking that thing to the grave, bro.
Bury me with it.
Fucking
X-ray.
on my ledger, I'll be buried with my ledger, bro.
Yeah,
I'll be a coffin
Exactly.
inside a
Hey,
coffin.
listen, don't be like that guy. Don't be like that guy that threw his Bitcoin wallet in the trash, or his wife threw his Bitcoin wallet in the trash, and he's still looking for that for it in the dumpster.
He's still trying to get permission to look for it. He hasn't even started, bro. That's probably eating him up even worse.
Yeah. X-ray got his hand up. What's going on, X-ray?
Hey, sorry. I wanted to quickly chime in. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, you sound
All
good.
right.
You sound good.
Nice. My kids have been screaming full volume, so if somebody already said it, I apologize. But thinking about the gamification, the serums, inevitably some people won't claim their serums because it sounds like it's a claim process, or I thought that's what they were saying. You're going to have a couple of weeks to claim it. Inevitably, I think some people will miss it. So I think there will be a little bit of, not everybody perhaps will get one, so they will be a bit of a wanted commodity. But just thinking in terms of the resale on Pepes, like to me, I'm not planning to mutate all my Pepes. I got a couple. I want to mutate the best ones or zombify the best ones and maybe save some serums. But if I'm buying a Pepe on the secondary market, if they haven't been zombified already and I have an extra serum, to me, that seems like a little bit more valuable, right? Because I know I'm going to get that at Pepe, and then, hey, I can make the zombie myself later on, as opposed to if I'm going out to buy one that's already been zombified, well, then I don't have that opportunity. So I think maybe ones that haven't been zombified might be a little bit more valuable. Maybe I'm crazy.
What
No, you have a very good point there.
What he also
go ahead.
What he also stated is, if that pepper has been zombified, has been mutated, you're gonna be able to know, So you also have that aspect as well. It's gonna be interesting, man. Like you said, at the end of the day, they're all gonna be valuable, but it's up to you. You know, the value is in the hands of the beholders. So
So I'll give you another example too when it comes to like, having, a serum and then having your, the reveal part. So, we know there's a project right now called Renga by Dirty Robot. So there's like the black box and then there's the actual Renga collection that are the PSPs. The black box, which are the unrevealed, so you have to burn a black box to get your Renga PSP. The black boxes are selling for 2.62 Ethereum versus the collection
No.
selling at 1.6. So so here's the thing: if you don't, so people are banking to get like a rarer version of whatever out of the black boxes. So they're gonna roll the dice and burn 2.6, but they could very well end up with a 1.6 Ethereum valued PFP, right? So it's a little bit different because we kind of know what our base is going to look like, where the black boxes, your different archetypes, so you're going to get one of those, but you don't know if it's going to be a rare one. Whereas with us, we know that none of our serums are going to end up being a mega. We know it's just going to be a zombie version of our Rareapepe. So we don't have, so that's why there may not be that kind of deflationary, or like you want to hold the serums for super long, because you kind of already know, you'll be able to even tell from the traits that are zombified. Okay, I own a whatever, a base green Pepe. I can wait and watch everybody else, zombify their Pepes with different traits that I may own, so I can have an idea of what my zombie may look like. And you may not like it, and then that's when people may want to hold their serum, because they may not like the version of the zombie or the trait combinations that they've seen it transform into. Did I rug?
no, we can hear you.
Was my thought too prolific and I stumped everybody in
No,
their tracks?
no, it was actually quite on point, man. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna know, you're gonna know that it matches with your rare, right? But people are gonna be one like, okay, what are these trades gonna look like? Zombify. So it doesn't really give it that aspect of, man, what if I mutate mines? Will it turn into a mega mutant? So that's why I think with the serum situation, a lot of people are gonna do it, and you might have a few that won't.
I have a suggestion, and I probably will make it to the team. So I'll go back to Gutter Cat Gang again. So there's two ways that they use their serums or their juices, right? You can either clone an OG that you own directly, so you know exactly what traits you're going to be mutating. The second option that they introduced, which I haven't seen any other project do this yet, is you can choose to not clone your OG, and you can get a random clone. So you can put your juice into the machine and get a random clone, same species. Say you have a cat or a dog, or you have to whatever choose the species of the juice you have. You put it in the machine and you get a completely random traits, random version. And then sometimes people have been doing that and ending up with a much more rarer clone than the OG that they own, with better traits and better skins or whatever. And people said, okay, you know what? Because my OG sucks, I'm never going to actually clone my OG, because I already know what those traits look like from other examples on the market. So I'm just gonna never gonna clone that OG. If we kind of maybe introduce something like that into the system here, where you could choose to just roll a random version of a Pepe and a Pepe zombie, that could be cool as well. And then that now adds another layer to the serums having more value as well. So that's kind of what I've seen done within that project.
Hey, sorry guys, I walked a little too far from the house, so I didn't get disconnected, but I figured I wouldn't be a solid self-service there, so that's why I didn't reply to you earlier, Tim. But yeah, I think
Yeah,
what
no
you're
worries, no
saying
worries.
is right. I think what you're saying is right. Everybody's going to play it differently. Some people are going to play it kind of like how you said it. Other people are going to play it, they're going to diamond hand onto their serums. But if at some point in the future there's a drop for if you own a zombie, or if there's a drop for if you own a mutant, then the people that are holding onto the serums are going to suffer if there's claim periods, kind of like we're dealing with right now. The 2-week claim period that I heard earlier, I think that's kind of short compared to other places that or other projects that have done this. I know that the Bored Ape Yacht Club has about a 2.7 or 2.8% unclaimed ape coin and mutants and dogs and stuff, but they kept their claim periods open for like a really long time, but for in general. So I think that while we may have a really highly engaged community, dude, I think we could see 10% unclaimed. I really do.
Yeah, you have a point there. And as I'm thinking more about it, right, so I'm going back to the Bored Apes, right? I think everybody that got airdropped the serum. So I'm sure there's wallets right now that have been dormant since last May that have serums sitting there that have never been used, right? And that's not a bad thing, right? Because then that keeps that collection almost, it's going to always have unclaimed and unmutated, Bored Apes. And that's not a bad thing, I think, for like the entire ecosystem. Yeah, Tripty, it's your hands up, man.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I guess if they could somehow scoop the unclaimed syrups and then dish it out a different way. So whatever's unclaimed after those 2 weeks, they obviously pause it, claim the remaining ones, keep it in their kind of fund community, and then just use it for giveaways and competitions and stuff like that, or to attract, for whatever purpose, really.
So before you come in crazy, I'll add to that. So I've seen a project do that exactly. So you own a Genesis, you got to go. You have a window. I think you had like a month to go claim your different versions of the juice, and they had kind of like an M1, M2, M3 kind of version. And then the people that didn't claim, the team, I think they actually ended up burning them. So there was a vote. They go, hey, do we take these into like a community wallet and give them for giveaways or whatever, or do we just burn the supply? So then now we know there's a finite amount that are going to have mutation versions of their Genesis. And the community voted to burn them, right? So there's a less supply of the juices or the serums, and I think that did work well, but it didn't really work well for the value of the serums right now, because that project isn't doing like the greatest numbers wise in the market. But the idea to me, I think, was a success, because once you have it becomes kind of like, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if the giveaways is a good thing to really implement, especially with a project like this. If you think about the Bored Apes, they didn't keep anything for themselves for giveaways, right? And I think that's a good idea that they did that, so that they're, you don't see somebody randomly get like a Bored Ape from the founder's wallet, 10 months down the road as a giveaway. I think, that could have been a bad move if they did do it that way. So I think it's probably best that Rare Designer and the team don't even claim or assume the ones that are unclaimed. Just probably burn them and let them go. Or even if they airdrop them, let them stay in those dead wallets. I think that's also a good play.
Feels rare, man.
I wanted to kind of jump in. I'm here playing with my kids at the park, but jump in and add, like, people like the whales, right? On the like referring to the claiming of the zombie serums. I mean, do you think Adzilla wants to spend all that gas on his 400 Pepes? People like that, even you, Audio, with the amount you got, bro, the gas is going to be like outrageous to even mutate, right? So I think the whales are going to sit on the majority of theirs. And I haven't looked at the numbers yet and how much of the collection the whales own yet. But I think that's going to be like where the majority of the unclaimed serums come from.
That's a great point. Yeah, Tripty, you can come in first. I'll come in afterwards.
Yeah, I've been in a project where probably the only thing they did successfully was to make sure that people that were minting large number of mints paid a very small gas fee. that it was kind of inconsequential. As long as they take that into account in the smart contract and do it properly and securely, please, no exploits, then they should be able to accommodate whales.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Manny, you can go first. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say since you're in contact, more with them. You've been more of a spokesperson. You and audio, you need to definitely reach out to them and make sure that that way we don't have no issues. That because you're right, they have there's larger wallets. For instance, for Godzilla, whatever his name is, Godzilla.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Adzilla. Yeah.
yeah, Adzilla. He has 400 of them or whatever the case is, I'm pretty sure he is not gonna mind paying for them because he already has so many of them. But as a token of appreciation for being such a holder, they definitely need to make the gas super cheap for them. Oh yeah, that'll airdrop them to everybody. If they could do that, just airdrop them to everybody. But it's something that needs to be taken care of before anything else, happens, or any fraud to stop it from even happening. So, um, communication is key.
For sure. And I'm kind of on the side of an airdrop. And a lot of founders would complain, "Oh, we're not doing an airdrop because it costs too much money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." The claim is it works better for us, right? But we've seen some examples where projects have airdropped holders, and they were bellyaching about the cost that it took to airdrop. Like, I'll give the example I'll use the project you guys are in, the Doge. Club project, whatever, right? Didn't they airdrop 3 for 1? And they didn't bellyache about the price it cost to airdrop them to the holders, right? So I'm like, maybe that's a fallacy. Maybe it doesn't really cost the project that much to airdrop to their holders, right? So maybe we do push for the airdrop so they just end up in people's wallets that way versus having to claim.
I agree with that. I think that brings every serum out there. And then in that case, we can buy them or put bids on them, or you know what I mean, because they're out there. They're just not. I don't know, but it's just interested in what the team's going to do. Maybe that's something that we can do a vote and then bring the voting to the team and say, hey, this is what the community thought was best. But ultimately they make the decision.
Yeah, just on that though, basically what you'll be voting for is either we pay the gas or you pay the gas, because.
Yeah, you're right.
I think at the end of the day, a drop does cost gas to the project, and when there were gas war periods, it's not reasonable. I personally think, to get the project to pay for the drops because the gas wars were crazy. But in a bear market, when volumes are low and gas is cheap, there could be a case for it for sure.
Yeah, because this merger thing, man, the gas ain't getting really that much cheaper. I will tell you that.
I've been loving the gas prices lately, bro.
Yeah, I mean they've been a little better, but they haven't been as cheap as people expected them to be.
Well, right now I'm seeing 6 Gwei, and that to me is pretty attractive. I don't know everybody else. That's pretty. I'm not coming from an era of high gas. I'm talking 130 Gwei plus on any given day, consistently. So me seeing 6 Gwei now, this is a dream.
6 is free.
What's that?
I agree.
What's that business? I'm loving it. Oh, that's McDonald's, right?
Yeah, I'm loving it. Yep.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
Feels good indeed.
I mean, we got to remember too, like the amount of volume that was created. The 5% royalty. That's 435 ETH right there that the project has gained.
100%, right? But you got to take into account too. I know there's going to be other overhead expenses, the team members that they've hired on. So I understand that's probably going to chew into a chunk. They haven't done another capital raise, right? And this wasn't initially a capital raise for them either. So they didn't really make that much money from the mint back in March when they minted out only about 1,997 of them. It wasn't a lot of money at that time either, right? So that money's probably already been burned up. Yeah, go ahead, Manny.
And not just that, man. From me listening to them, and and what they had planned, like all that money is going right back into the most of the money is going right back into the project and what they're gonna build. He's working on making this a brand. He's not here to mess around. From what I'm hearing, he's here to build something. He wants to definitely make it a brand world known.
And it's already a free mint, so paying the gas is
Yeah.
We got one of the best artists in the game.
Do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Fucking go. We got the best artists in the game, whatever it takes us. If it goes metaverse, if it goes other side, if it goes decentral, whatever, it don't matter. We got the best artists in the game. That's at the end of the day, we got the best artists. The project is behind the artist, and the artist talks, and he's the one working, and I support it.
He called work. Hey Frank, he called himself from slipping up on something that I caught on to. So there's definitely gonna be some metaverse things going on.
No,
no. So
absolutely, and that requires capital. And that requires capital. Yeah,
he definitely called himself. He stopped himself from he was like, look, they're working hard. There's a lot of things coming. He's glad that the art for the zombies is already done, taken care of, that he could focus. That's why he's been more active in the Discord as well, and he could, start working on other things that he has planned for RAYC.
A question, I guess, and this talks about like just capital and So I know the serums we're getting because you hold an OG, which is so in essence you're not paying a mint or you're just paying gas. But the mutants. Did anybody ask? Maybe I came in a little bit. Did anybody ask if that's going to be another mint price, or is that going to be something?
You're gonna get. Yeah, I think you're gonna get another serum.
Because that's 20,000 collection. That's a lot more.
No. I would learn my brain. You're gonna have to lick a frog, bro. You're gonna have to lick a frog, and it turns you into the mutant. Let's go.
Let's go.
That'd be awesome. That animation would be so fucking cool. Not gonna lie, that would be so cool,
bro. I noticed Manny said that he's looking to the community to come up with the idea. That's mine, bro. Let's fucking put it up there. Come on, let's.
And we're all creative. This whole community's creative. If we come together and look, somebody's an artist or a rapper. Well, he's an animator. Well, put these two guys together and make something. Like that's what we need to do as a community, and like just help each other promote our own bag, right? Like that's what we're always doing. I mean,
if you put that in the suggestions channel, I'll go upload it right now.
Bro,
no, I
hashtag
totally,
do it. Hashtag.
Lick the frog.
Lick the frog.
Yeah. Lick the frog. Let's go.
Hey, Pepe.
Bro, you could get like different rare frogs too.
Spaces is getting fun again with RAYC. I love it. The vibes are back. This is amazing. Fuck yeah. Let's make that.
Yeah, this is the way it should always be, for sure.
Yeah, that's what keeps me here.
Lick the frog. Lick the
frog. Lick the frog.
If anybody wants to come down to Tulum, we got Bufo Center right around the corner from my house too.
That's the anthem right there. So I had a question for the room, actually. I'm thinking about this now, too. And Frank, as you brought it up, right? So having 20,000 pieces, right, in the collection, maybe, and I know people have some thoughts about having the serums be deflationary, right? And this have to be, communicated way ahead of time so people could actually prepare for how they wanted to play it out, right? maybe there was some type of merger of serums, right? So you merge a zombie serum and a mutant serum, and you get something else, right? It's a lot more work to do that, but that could be another layer that we've never seen in any other project before, and that people can, okay, you know what, I'm not going to use my serums, I'll use two of them, and I'll keep two, then I can merge one with my mutant serum, and then create a completely new NFT as well, which is a mutant, zombie, alien, whatever you want to be, right? That could be another layer that could be very interesting here. So I wanted just to throw the idea out there and see how people thought about it.
It sounds rare.
No, I think Tim, that's really good. I mean, it adds a layer of gamification to why hold your original serum, and not mutate. You know, for the fact that you might need it later for something else, right? Like, hey, don't use them all because you never know that serum might be implemented on something else if you hold it because you're part of the original holders of the collection or whatever, or you bought one because they were expensive and you needed one because you wanted this. So yeah, I think if that can be implemented, that'd be pretty cool. But you know, just I don't know how. You know, that's definitely got to be rare designer decision.
For sure, I'm gonna throw it out there. Actually, to be honest with you, because I want to see new things develop. Like, yeah, we're kind of playing on things that we know have worked in the past, but I think it could be getting stale because so many projects have done serums. Like there's the Grandpa Apes, they have serums. The pixelated Bored Apes, they have serums. Like they have the exact same thing. So maybe we do something a little bit different that really people are like, oh wow, this project is doing something completely out. The art is to top tier, and they have a mechanism that's also something different, kind of familiar, but a hybrid that's something all brand new. I think that'll just blow the top off, and then the brand will be known for innovation. So great art and then innovation. If you have those two things as your kind of your mission statements or your business principles, you can't be touched. Primal, go ahead.
Yeah, World of Woman is doing something similar with the capacitors. So there'll be at least 2 seasons, but it's hinted 4. And they gave people a choice. They said, no, you can burn your capacitor now and get this new Bella thing and on Cyber, but there's also going to be something different in season 2. And if there's a season 3, there'll be something in season 3 and in season 4, for example. So you have to choose whether or not to burn. But then they've also said on the second side, maybe you want to burn and have both, because if you have both and then you buy another one and you burn, you can get something even more special. So it's really gamified, but you don't really know what the result's going to be.
No, that makes a really good, that like makes you hold things or holds the value of something like a burnable asset, right? Not necessarily a PFP. A game piece is what I like to call it, right? Like you're not, it's not the wine, it's the wine glass, right? You know, so that, yeah, absolutely, I agree. And especially if we have an artist that's behind the project, like, you know, we can definitely, you know, it's not something where it's a project where you got to go pay somebody or he's commissioned or he's on a contract and now he's on another project. No, this is our project. So it's definitely doable. I'm just more curious about 20,000 pieces and the holder count. That's really more my thing. Like, how are we going to release 20,000 pieces with the current holder and expect not a floor to be, you know, sustainable where it's at now, where I think, you know, Rareapepe has been holding around 0.4, 0.5. That's kind of been our
why would it drop?
So,
if you add them all three together, it won't drop. It's just gonna kind of, it's like dividends on a stock, you know, you 20% here, 10% there, you know, and then the value changes. That's all.
It's also supply and demand, right? So we just need to, you know, get more people into the community. That's all it is. I mean,
I'm not selling most of my pieces. I'm just going to mutate and sit on them. So
it comes down to how many of those pieces are actually on the market and for sale. Because if all the holders are like diamond handing and there's only a couple hundred, then the price will kind of stay pretty much, you know, where it needs to be for that. And then, you know, it's a bear market.
People don't like them, they'll sell them.
When it's a bull market, you know, just think 10 times the people means a 10x in theory of whatever the price is. So, because it's just volume.
So would you agree with the mint for that project, for the mutants, and like allow new public people to come into this project and our ecosystem, not just current holders? Would you agree with the mint? And also the team can get capital to whatever future? Just curious.
I would. I think because mutants are 20,000. I think a 10,000 drop for the holders, and then another 10,000 to kind of expand the collection. Because to actually deliver 20,000 as well, you need more traits. So there's more combinations. So it's more fun.
But he said it's already going to match Macy. It's going to match exactly the traits of Macy, but in his Pepe style art. Just similar to how RAYC matched Bored Ape Yacht Club.
True. He did say that. You're right.
So
but either way,
I think the only thing that's unique is going to be Zombie. That's its own collection and its own style of art and traits never seen before. So I'm bullish. Sure. Go ahead, Tim.
I think actually Ella Pepe had their hand up first, so go right ahead.
Hey Pepe.
Hey Pepe, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, so I was in the Ask Me, the MIA, ask me anything, whatever. And I think what they were saying is that there was going to be like 10,000 zombies, 10,000 mutants, and then there's going to be like 10 mega zombies, if I understood that correctly. And that's going to be either raffled off or given to random people or anybody who has a Pepe. It's going to be given out randomly. He still doesn't know, and that's what I understood from what he told us. So
no, you're correct. Yeah, Frank, go ahead.
So my specific 3 questions that I asked him, I think 2 maybe, were how are the zombies going to be released? And his answer was, if you hold an OG, you're going to get 1-for-1 a zombie, because you hold a Rareapepe. So that's going to be 10,000. Now the coffins, the second part, is going to be a 10 only, and that's going to be a mega zombie. That's not going to match any of Pepe. It's just going to be something different, and that's going to be raffled. And now, as far as the mutants, that was my third question. The mutants are going to match Macy's traits, so that's 20,000 mutants. But I didn't ask him how he was going to release it. If holders are going to get any, he wasn't too sure on like the mechanics of the mutants. He just knew that they were going to match exactly Macy's 20,000 collection and the traits, but in the way that Rareapepe does the mutations. So it's going to be 10,000 zombies, 10 coffins that are going to be mega mutant or mega zombies, and then 6 months, a year down the road, once he completes it, it's going to be 20,000 mutants to match Mutant Ape Yacht Club.
So yes, and that's what I understood as well. And as we speak more about this, right, which more of the details of how it's going to roll out. And I think it was you, Frank, and Trip also saying, how do we sustain a 20,000 piece collection and keep the value of the Genesis, keep the floor at a certain level or whatever? It's back to the brand, right? And I think that's why he's so focused on that, because he knows that and that's what kind of helped the Bored Apes for them to kind of catapult into the stratosphere at that time. Why they could support dropping 10,000 to the holders and then having a Dutch auction and having the Dutch auction sell out at like 2 ETH or 2.5 ETH that it got down to, whatever, right? We have to do something to help support building the, just the awareness and, the demand, right? And I don't think that, we're doing the best that we can, but I think, we could do a little bit more. I don't know what that looks like, to be honest with you, more than what we're doing now, but it's got to be something that does, it makes so much noise because we're doing a lot of innovative stuff within the community that other people that are looking at, okay, I'm bringing new money in, institutional money, whatever it may be, that they look at a project like this as, once again, we have to understand people do trade these like financial assets, right? And right now we're trading them like they're art pieces, and we have to find a way, how can we do both? Because without the latter, without the institutional money, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for it to transcend into the same stratosphere of, where the Yuga Labs are or the Moonbirds are, because those projects are heavily supported by institutional money. And people don't like to say that out loud, but I'll say it out loud, right? That's the reason why those projects have healthy floors that sustain. Ella, go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually asked him about collaborating with other groups, and he didn't seem too keen on that right now at this moment. Just because he wants to focus on building this project and making sure it actually stays afloat. But
So Ella, did you ask him about Pepe Ape Yacht Club though, bro?
yeah, I did, and I think that they would be a good collaboration. You know, like I mean, they have good people. I mean, like they have good vibes. They have consistent spaces. Like it's just a good time to be there. I don't even have one of them, and to be honest, like I just like their spaces, the way they handle their spaces. It's very interactive, and they're always doing giveaways. And to me, it's a good time. And that's I don't know who
Have
was
you?
playing the song just now, but that's part of the Pepe Ape Yacht Club anthem, actually, or one of the guy. I think his name's Brain Swole. He's the one that created it, I believe. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, no. I actually joined in some of their space, and I tried to couple times go to a panel, and it was very. They just don't seem to allow certain people to talk. Felt different. I mean, I do get, yeah, the guy does speak really well, and maybe he has a good purpose, but I think, you got to remember both of these
Hey,
projects
Crazy,
kind
I
of
think you have
minted.
a hot mic. Sorry, Crazy.
Oh,
Go on,
both of
Frank.
these projects kind of minted around the same time. Um, you know, even though like there was a pause with the Rareapepes because of the token IDs, and it went to free mint. So I think his answer when he did ask him was like he wants to see what these before he does any collab, he wants to see where they're at, where's their mind, what are they in about the culture, and so I don't think he said no specifically. I just think he was saying you got to understand before he collabs, we're a blue check and things like that. I'm not saying they'll ever be, but just you kind of got to be careful with collabs and partnerships, and just because it can affect a lot of us, right? Just like
Yeah,
if
we don't
you're
want to, or he doesn't want to get burned, and he doesn't want to burn
correct.
the community, which I understand. So that's kind of where he was like kind of a little bit iffy about it. But like I said, if he goes into those spaces, maybe sees what they're about, maybe talks to them, maybe they can do something. I'm just I'm just here for the ride, man. I'm just here to see what happens and enjoy the ride. So
No, absolutely.
I want to add on this real quick before it gets lost. So Rareapepe is minted a few months before the Pepe Ape Yacht Club. I just want to make that clear. You know what I mean? We are the OGs.
They
To be
minted out
honest,
first. They minted out first, and so
I feel
when
like
he's
they saw. I feel like they saw our mint, then they caught wind of it somehow, and that's when the Pepe's got dropped, right?
yeah, he does
So
say
Crazy.
that, and I don't like that. He does say we were the first. I mean, anybody who goes on space, and I'm just at this point because you brought it up, Crazy. He does say on a space, we were the first Pepe, NFT in ETH to mint out, and then when he does collabs, he says he's also the first to do this. So like. It's very, I don't know, man, egotistic or whatever. Like, just like I said, I tried going on space and talking. He just didn't seem like not just me, other people. Just it seemed scripted, and I'm tired of that, man. I'm tired of hearing like a scripted project. I want to be a part of the project where we, the creators, the artists, the team, the community, build something, a part of it that's stronger than just having somebody come in here and say, "Hey, we're Nike, we're this. Here's our brand. Let me take what you've built and just put it out there." Nah, let's do it ourselves. Let's be a part of that. So I don't know. That's kind of why I'm here. Go ahead, Tim.
No, for sure. But I think back to what you're saying to Ella and Frank about like the collaboration and partnerships. We see a lot of these projects that are kind of like microwave, right? So they do these super giveaways, mega spaces, try to corral 400, 500 people in a room. And we've seen that happen with our project too, and that doesn't necessarily sustain quality people. It brings in people that are traders that are looking to make a quick flip off the hype, and then they're gone, right? So I think we need to definitely stay away from things of that nature, because we've already seen it kind of hurt certain aspects of this project where, certain people come in as, influencers or grifters, and they have a lot of influence. And if they say one thing bad, or they say, hey, I'm selling my stuff, or they silently sell their stuff and change their PFP, then everybody kind of follows them and wants to leave as well because they think, okay, the juice is gone. And I think, you know, these kind of projects, especially like this, can't be built on the back of any gimmicks or any influencers or anything of that nature. It's got to be super organic, super quality people that actually want to take the time to build. That's the super. This is not a microwave dinner, right? This is like, you know, your Michelin star restaurant taking the time to, you know, age your steak for 3 months before you even eat it. That's how I look at this project, and I think we have to approach it the same way. Did I rug?
No, bro. You're on the money. We're deep in thought on what you just said, bro. It was fire.
Okay. Wasn't sure if I'm saying things that people are like, okay, this guy's off the cuff. He's off the rocker right now or something.
Nah, bro, you're onto something.
We're digesting.
I totally agree with you, man. I totally agree with you. We are set apart. The art speaks for itself. The team's working to, you know, implement new things and also follow a roadmap that works. You know, I don't think BAYC made it this far off the backs of influencers, right? I see influencers using BAYC to influence. That I think it should be the other way around. Like, we should be attracting people that want to use the brand of RAYC to, you know, step their influence game up, right?
Crazy, nicely said, right? And but I understand we're still building up towards that, and I think once the smoke clears, it's going to be very clear that this is the brand that even I think a lot of, you know, we'll see maybe a Matt Fury or a Vincent Van Gogh or any of the other real prolific, you know, Rareapepe, you know, in history artists will say, you know what, that, you know, Rareapepe project by Rare Designer is the next iteration of what we started with Rareapepe. So everybody needs to go support that because they're going to continue the story the way that we want it to continue for the next 100 years or whatever. And I can definitely see that happening with a project like this to carry on the legacy the right way.
100%. I think underpinning all that is a culture and mindset that's based around feeling good. And whatever you do should feel good, man. Period. If everything you do makes you feel good and makes other people feel good, then that just embodies what this is all about right now.
No, Tripty, nicely said, man. Yeah, it's about feeling good. I know I wake up every day and I just think about, you know, what we're going to be able to build. And I am excited because I don't know, you know, what's going to be around the corner in a good way. And I think that's also the beauty of, you know, crypto and Web3 and NFTs, that we can really shape the future. We really are doing that right now. Where I said we're, you know, the 1% in the world that even engages on a daily basis with these assets or with this technology. But Ella, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody's done this or not, but has anybody bought land to build on? Because that would be cool to be able to like do kind of like a VR chat, kind of a way, like something along those lines, you know?
I've got a ton of land on the other side if we want to build something, and I know they're coming out with an SDK. I don't quite know how soon that's going to be.
No, there's a few. I got Sandbox we can go to as well. Let's do it. It's just sitting there.
Yeah. Isn't there like Horizon? Horizon's another one. There's a few of them, man. I think what we need to do is maybe with the communities, the people that are feels good, man, right? They're doing it and they love doing it, and they're already creating these environments. Like, let's make it more open and invite people and bring more people in, because I feel like what you guys are saying, there's holders doing it either through the Oculus or through this or through Sandbox. I just think, like I said, is we don't know. Like, a lot of times I'm talking to somebody like, yo, I didn't know you were an artist, or I didn't know you were this. And I think if there's a way we can funnel our talent where we can all work together, that's how it's going to build this community. And then of course, ultimately a big festival. I mean, once we see each other and we're like, yo, we're gonna put, that's where it's gonna be crazy, right? So in the meantime, how can we be like a business or an organization helping RD and helping RAYC? Like, how can we come together and work as a team, building something and being creative and making, either if it's the leather jacket that matches your Pepe, if it's the 3D glasses with a 3D printer, if it's the flip brim, whatever, we might have these specialties. Somebody in the community, we don't know unless we're talking. So I think we just need a little bit more structure. Audio maybe is where I'm going with it.
I want to jump in before Tim jumps in. So we have Aloe on the team too, and he's making a lot of these pixelated voxels and whatnot. I guess voxelated things, and he works for Sandbox. And I haven't asked him if he owns land in Sandbox or now, but he's definitely more than capable to do the Sandbox stuff. I know he's also very busy. But that would be who I'd probably want to engage with, because he's already got the experience, and I think he's already doing some work with Rare Design around that. So if we just build a little castle or a palace or whatever you want to call it on some land in Sandbox, I think that's probably the best choice for now, because other side just won't be ready in time anyways.
No, I think you're right.
Is he handing out at all, or is he holding tightly? Do you know, like some of the files, like for all of us? Because like,
are we CCO?
Yeah, because it's not that difficult to go and change your colors, and once you like, I've used
we're
voxel edit.
Sorry, we're not CCO, or are we? Tim, I thought, are we IP or CCO?
No. So all the owners own the IP rights to their Pepes, right? So yeah, so we're not a CCO project.
No, okay, I'm mistaken. My bad, guys. But yeah, the voxel art is Sandbox. I've seen people create it, but I don't think Sandbox you can put it in there yet, or maybe.
Yeah, you can't. So you have to. So with the guy that's creating, so Aloe and whoever else, they have probably opened up some relationship with Sandbox directly to be able to have the ones they're going to create actually be playable in Sandbox. I'll give you an example. I have a bunch of other NFT projects that created their own voxels and airdrop them, but they're not playable in Sandbox. The only like verified voxels are going to be playable within the Sandbox right now, and I'm not sure if it's a SDK application as well, but once again, I think we're a little bit accelerated because that guy, I think he actually does build the voxels he works for Sandbox directly. I think Claudia was saying as well. So that's the difference. Anybody else, if we say we had somebody in the community that can do the artwork and just created voxels for everybody out the goodness of their heart, they wouldn't be able to integrate into Sandbox like that. I've seen projects do it, and then their voxels are not even an option for me to use in Sandbox.
Well, I got to speak to that just because I did speak with this, Alloy, previous to like wherever the announcement was made by RAYC, because I seen his first zombie, I seen some of his voxel work, and seen he was a holder, and I asked him, and he said he can make one and like commission it, but that was the time when that other guy came through and was making 3Ds, and kind of like everybody got burned, and it just kind of put it, at that point I was like, you know what, I'm not doing anything right now. I'll just if I can't make it myself, I'm not making it, right? But he mentioned like he can make it, but it wasn't playable in the Sandbox. So
that's my point exactly. But I think there's a partnership that that'll be formal between him, Aloe, and Sandbox. That may be the ones that they give away for the giveaway that they did. I think those may be playable in Sandbox. I think they're working on some type of partnership to make RAYC recognized in the Sandbox ecosystem.
And that giveaway is done, right?
Yeah, that's done already.
How many did they give away? 10?
I think 10. I think it was 10, yeah.
Okay.
So the next thing, right, that I'm thinking, and Edzilla kind of mentioned something to me, and I'm kind of now pushing forward with this communication. So there's a company that makes these super high quality AR filters for Bored Apes, right? And before I go, anybody probably seen some of how articulated they are. You can use them as they map your facial, like the bone structure, your eye blinking, your nostril flaring, it really mimics everything, right? Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'm in contact with those guys. I talked to them months ago about something else, right? So now I kind of reopened the lines of communication. But, you know, we have to go outside of our community to have that stuff built. And those guys are in, you know, the Yuga ecosystem. And what I've noticed, how even you could kind of blast it off in the very beginning, there were a lot of creators in Yuga that would use their IP and do super cool things because they had all the skill sets to do 3D modeling and animation, and they did that within the community. Didn't have to go commission it or pay somebody else to do it for them. So I think, I'm not sure if we've identified more people. I know we have AC, we have, you know, Bitjamin does some stuff. I know, you know, we have some people that do some things, but maybe not to that super high caliber tier that, you know, the Yuga Lab holders were doing early on. I'm talking about they were doing that stuff in, they minted out in May. They're building high quality 3D models and full bodies and stuff like that June, right? Like almost immediately, like a month after they had minted out. So I don't think we have a lot of those people yet in this community that can actually do that stuff themselves or having to go and pay somebody else to do it. Hence why we had those grifters come in early, because we had nobody internally that could do those 3D models, right? So we had to go outside, and they kind of preyed on us because they knew that we didn't have a lot of those technical abilities within the community. So I think if we can get more of those people inside here, that's a good thing. Ella, go ahead.
Are the people that you're talking about Bored Ape BALRs?
Yep, that's them. Yeah. Crypto BALRs. Yep, that's them.
That's them. Okay, because that looks pretty sick. I don't know if you guys saw this other video too of this guy doing AR. His name is Roshi.eth. He like retweeted, or I don't know if it's him that did this, but his tag is I like NFTs. I don't know if somebody can retweet this or tag it on the top, but it's on my profile. You guys can check it out. But he's basically wearing like a black suit with dots on him, and he puts like clothes on, and basically it's just augmented reality. It looks sick. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not, but that something along those lines would be sick. So.
And that's what we're alluding to, something like that for sure. Trippy, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just on that point, I mean, that is wearables of the future, right? So what we're going to end up doing in order to cut costs, because, you know, energy bills are going to be so high, is that we're going to have to reduce our wardrobe. How do you reduce it? By everybody wearing the same uniform, and then wearing augmented reality glasses that augments the way you look based on how you've programmed yourself to look. That's why in future movies, they all kind of dressed like that.
No, for sure. Go ahead, Frank.
No, and that's kind of where I feel like that's how by bringing that, you're bringing Snapchat, Instagram. You're bringing that's kind of what you're using, that AR filter. You know, that's kind of what the augmented is. And I think didn't Nike do it with the shoes, where you could be on Snapchat, and if, you know what I'm saying, you're wearing augmented reality, and then you're gonna have glasses. You're probably gonna have theme parks where you're gonna have these, you know, it's instead of having billboards and signs like taking advertising, it's gonna be, you know, geographically, you know, space is gonna be, yeah, I own the advertisement space for that area, whatever. You know, I really see that's going to be happening. Wearables, our advertising, marketing, everything is going to be this way. So, yeah, man, if there's anybody who could do augmented reality and is a Rareapepe holder, please speak up.
I can't do it, but I'm willing to kind of research it and find people who could do it, because I'm already researching silicon masks. So we could do Rareapepe silicon masks. It can't be done by Halloween, unfortunately, but who knows in the future. So that one's pretty interesting, but I'm more on the tech side. So actually, I'd prefer to be researching augmented reality like that. So if anybody can just pass me whatever they know about it, like details wise, and then I'll just take that forward and come back to you guys with further information on it.
Yeah, that sounds good, Tripty. And I have some expertise in that space as well. I said we have like the resources are there of outside of our community. I can reach out to anybody to get stuff made, but once again, that's going to be one off for my Pepes or a few Pepes or whatever. But you're going to have to come out and pay additional capital. Where back to what I was saying back with the Bored Apes, where a lot of those people were creating these things for them and some of their close friends within the community, so they could then share all this content. Because I seen, and I'll give you guys this. I guess a bit of a cheat code. I seen something last night. It's actually a company that's really they built a DAO, and they were the first DAO to purchase. I said this earlier. I think the Nakamoto Rareapepe card, right? But they had like a model of how they really generate interest and revenue and all of that. And a lot of the stuff was like, hey, they're using their their NFTs and their holdings to create content. So that's going to be the driving force to their entire content business model, is coming directly from their NFTs. And I don't think I've seen anybody, especially in a lot of communities that kind of do that, like specifically, hey, here's the NFTs that I own, here's a chart, I'm going to use these ones to do this type of content, around tokenomics or artistic history or whatever it may be. I'm going to use this content to do Instagram and TikTok. I'm going to use these assets to do information for podcasts and their founding team, whatever. I'm going to use these ones to story tell or whatever it may be, right? So I think, once again, if a lot of us in this community start to do that, and I think Funky was saying he has some ideas, Crypto Luxo's got some ideas, I know Audio's got ideas, I know Frank got ideas. So if we all really start to use those models ourselves, okay, we're using these assets to now create content. Because I think, we do memes, and that's only one layer of content, but I think we have to start figuring out how can we start creating deeper, more meaningful content that can actually be shared by more people, even outside of our community, that people are like, oh, this is really good content, I want to reshare this. And I think that's what happens with the Bored Apes, probably by far the most, because people that are not even holders or in the community, they'll reshare Bored Ape content or the holders content because the content is pretty good for the most part. So I think once we kind of break that barrier of the kind of content that we create, I think that's going to be very helpful to how we can grow this entire community, this entire project. Man, I feel like I get rugged because I say something and then nobody talks afterwards.
No, I heard you. I had a question actually. What does the Rareapepe body look like? Has Ray Designer ever done a body for this version of the Rareapepe?
Maybe we should ask for that. We should ask for that.
So Frankfurt, so I own a couple of these full body apes, and the art I don't know who the artist is, but I was in contact with the founders, right? And I said, hey, can you actually mock me up a couple of full bodies of the Rareapepes? And they go, hey, we would love to, but the artist is super inundated right now, so we can't do it at this moment, but we'll get back to you maybe in a month or so. And if you're still interested, or if you haven't found somebody else, we would definitely love to do a mock-up for you. So we'll see what that looks like, because I'd love to see a couple of examples. We've seen, I think, Crypto, Luxo, and AC kind of made some full body versions, and they're not as polished, that people maybe don't want to share them as much, but it's a cool idea of what the body is. Kind of like floppy, and the arms are kind of elongated. They kind of have webbed hands and webbed feet, and I don't think that's the way I would imagine them. I would probably look more towards, if you guys remember, I'm probably dating myself, Battletoads, like a video game, and they're anthropomorphic frogs, right? I think I can see the model looking more, not so muscular like that, but the articulation of how like the legs and how the feet are larger, but they're webbed like fins or whatever. I can probably see maybe the full bodies resembling something like that. Because if you look at our versions, like the ones our PFPs, they're kind of fit, like they're kind of athletic looking, like lean and athletic. So I can see the rest of the body kind of being lean and athletic as well.
Yeah, I would think that also the thighs would need to be kind of enlarged, just because it's it's a frog, and so that kind of like frog-like qualities or amphibious qualities need to be in there as well. Just kind of, and if it was placed in the metaverse, it should be able to jump like the Hulk.
For sure. But even if you go into Decentraland though, right? Think about it. I even have like some full, and everybody has the same animations, right? So if you see a bored ape in Decentraland, it doesn't walk or jump more like how an ape would walk or jump. It walks and jumps like how every other asset walks and jumps. So it's hard to program the different animations right now anyways in a metaverse, because they all have the same basic key mapping and movement stats, right? Or movement stats, I should say.
So I pinned up top real quick the CBLRS studio. They did looks like a DMT about after the merge, and then Ape Rave Club, a full body. This is the type of shit we need. Sorry, excuse my language. And I even have my child next to me. My bad. But yeah, I pinned it up top. Take a look at those videos. Tim, thanks I was going through your page.
No worries, and that's my point. So this is the quality that I'm looking for as well. Like nothing less than the Ape Rave Club, like that full body, how it looks, and it's like that's the quality that we need our Pepes to look like. No doubt about it, right? For it to really make a dent or make any noise and people to take notice of it, it's got to be all high quality stuff. I'm not saying everything that's coming out now isn't, but we have to kind of step it up. Like to me, 10 notches for it to be at the level that we're seeing, the other projects bringing out their kind of ancillary art pieces, or their contributing art piece, like the 3D models. It's got to look like this. That's why I want to talk to this. I'm talking to these guys.
Yeah, it has to look like that, because the main place, I think personally, not financial advice, do your own research, but where this will all come together is on the other side, and on the other side deeds. Because the bored apes, who we've paid homage to, and let's not joke, it'll be fun to like hang out in a party with all different avatars from the NFT world, but hanging out with the bored apes, would be cool too. But just the other side is kind of where I think having that 3D avatar, the way it's in the video, would be perfect, because you can actually realize it in that way. I think all the other metaverses at the moment, that I'm aware of at least, currently can't realize that version in their metaverse. And the cool thing about Other Side is that it is building, or Improbable is at least, an M2 framework, which basically is the rules that govern the other side, and the kind of physics and mechanics, and that will be open sourced. So other metaverses will be able to apply them to make them interoperable. So at some point, all these metaverses will be connected, but I think it will all be connected. The most likely company to do it will be Yuga Labs on the other side.
I agree with you. I've heard some other rumblings, and I think Audio's heard these rumblings as well, that there may be, an announcement of a partnership between Yuga Labs, Improbable, and Meta or Horizon, and then them may having some, interoperability between those two metaverses, and that may help to onboard a lot of people and have a hybrid SDK that can kind of utilize the computing power of Horizon and their servers. I think they have probably the largest servers in the world, right? And then Improbable can piggyback off of the Meta servers to have 100,000 people actually in Other Side at the same time versus the 5,000 or whatever it is that they can have right now.
That's crazy. Just to have 5,000 was already fucking epic. I mean,
oh yeah, I'm hearing they want more. I'm hearing they want more.
You could literally have you could reenact battles. You can. There's so much you can do.
Oh, I'm telling you. No, it's crazy.
You can have a city like Manhattan, packed out with people all in the same vicinity space, all just socializing. I don't know. It's just quite crazy to think about it. All on a freaking web browser, man. I mean, that's
because I think. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I think Mama Sage, what she was saying, I think we had a space last week, and she was talking about the cloud computing with these, what are they called? The type of machines they are, the quantum computing, right? And I know there's only maybe a handful, not a handful, but maybe like 30 of them that kind of exist in the world. There's some in New York, I think there's some in Europe, some in Asia, or whatever, but that are really quantum computing computers. And I think, companies like Meta they're utilizing probably some of them, hence why they can have all of these cloud-based, very robust metaverse experiences that exist right now that nobody's really using yet because nobody's really trusting Meta as their place to be their core metaverse. But a partnership with Improbable and Yuga Labs, yeah, that may open people's trust back to Meta and say, okay, yeah, let's really experiment because they have the bandwidth, they have all of the horsepower to actually do it.
Yeah, but I think also with Improbable, smart technology and smart people who just love building technology, the people that you want building your technology. I don't know, when you hear them being interviewed, it's next level, really.
No, I agree with you 1000%. Hey, Audio, are you there? I had a quick question for you, man, actually.
Am here.
Okay. I wanted to
I'm just doing stuff in the background like usual.
No worries, man. Multitasking at its finest, brother. I completely can appreciate that. I do the same thing. So I wanted to ask you about the security tweet that you had put out yesterday, and I wanted to ask you, what the engagement numbers look like, and what was the real premise. And if you can clear it up, because I think some people misunderstood and didn't really understand that you were maybe trolling or playing around or trying an exercise to educate. And I think there was a lot of confusion around that, and we didn't hear from you, so nobody could actually clear it up from your behalf. So now that you're here, I'd love for you to clear that tweet up a little bit.
Yes. Well, it's another day today. 1 second. I have my other headphone died. So essentially, kind of in short, something I've noticed in these new communities, starting with RAYC, is just there's really a lot of new people that are involved in it. And I've noted that with RAYC, I guess it's called specifically, that a lot of these people that free minted and paid next to nothing or, like listen to their friends, hey, go buy this, it's super cool. They get in, they make a new wallet, here's how to make a MetaMask wallet. They're rushing. And then now they have a portfolio that's actually pretty valuable. Like, even when I got into this, it was 0.02, 0.03, 0.04, right? Now we're talking floor prices are like $700, $800. I mean, it really depends on where Ethereum price goes, right? And I've tried over and over and over, just throughout spaces, to kind of focus on security and have security be part of the spaces, but I've kind of gotten a feeling like nobody really wants to listen. And, when I do try to give those lessons, or, I'll do a lot of one-on-ones. Like, I'm not sure, Tim, how engaged you are in the Twitter chats over the Discord or spaces. I see you on spaces all the time. You're like, this space is king. I spend a really good portion of my time in the Twitter chats, and it's just feels like it's constantly someone is getting their wallet drained, and in Discord as well. And I think that it happens probably once every 2 days, and it's just like, I hate to see it. And it goes back to when in the earlier days, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, when I took the when I entered the Discord for the RAYC project, and there was people getting scammed. I stepped up to the plate and I said, listen, like, I DM'd Rare Designer. I DM'd the team. I said, I don't know what your role is. Like, let me learn what your roles are. Who's the dev? Who's the artist? Who's doing this? And who's the moderator? And behind the scenes, I can say this now, but back then, there was like one moderator. And when that moderator wasn't around, shit hit the fan. And a whole bunch of people would get scammed. But it wasn't as rampant early on as it is now. But eventually, people started getting scammed a little more often, and then they added another person. Probably the most prominent one is Bitcoin Jake, and he's also really tough on everybody. We had kind of a fallout for a little bit because he was too tough on a real holder who had some questions, and he kind of had a power trip, and I confronted him about it, and I was just like, listen, like, you can't act like this, you know? And we took it private, and then we got over it, fixed the problems. But I think it was maybe like a week before that moment where I told the team, like, you know, step up and I'll moderate. I don't want to be an admin. Just let me moderate so I can remove spam because I'm spending so much time in this Discord. And that's when I got a Pepe Defender role, which I didn't name it. They named it. And, I got into there, and eventually people would start tagging. I was like, hey, everybody, like, tag me. Tag me whenever you see spam. I'm in the Discord quite often and, whatnot. So eventually the spam kind of got taken care of, and then the team started, they basically made shifts. It was 3 8-hour shifts for 3 paid mods. And I said, I don't want to take one of those shifts because I'm a volunteer and my time is extremely valuable when I'm consulting or, doing real work at home. So like, I just can't, but I'll be around, be a volunteer and do everything I need to do. And the security of everything and the moderators, like kind of, manage the community a little bit. But you still hear about people getting their wallets drained and just, not knowing what they're signing and so on and so forth. And
for sure.
Eventually,
so in the tweet now, so what was the framing or the thought process behind the tweet yesterday, and then the Google Doc link and all that kind of stuff? You can kind of go into explain that a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because why I'm bringing it up, I'm sure some people seen that and not knowing the context went and started to probably sell their Pepes because you have influence and all that, not knowing that you were trying a social experiment and trying to educate at the same time.
I actually did not find one sample or example of anybody actually selling, but maybe I'm wrong. In fact, the floor price went up yesterday, and there was more buying pressure than selling pressure. But it was an experiment, and it was a test to kind of. It was, how do you say it? A lot of people's kind of like weren't listening when I was giving these like free security lessons. Like, hey, let's do an AMA, or not an AMA. Let's do a Twitter space. I want to teach everybody how to secure their wallet. I want to teach everybody how to make separate wallets and use a hardware wallet and stuff. And I felt like that went on deaf ears. So yesterday's example was more of like an extreme, kind of riding on the coattails of the experiences that have happened in the last week and what people have been kind of perceiving is going on. And if you did click the link, you saw immediately that it was a Rickroll. But it got a lot of people's attention. And I wanted to see how many people actually would DM me and how many people would actually click onto the link and how many views it got and things like that. And, the results were disappointing. A lot of people did DM me, and I came clean right away. I was like, hey, it's a troll. It's an experiment. Just go and, you'll see that it says that it's just, it's a Rickroll. And in the comments, you would see it as well. Everybody was basically like, oh, good one. You got me. But with that said, I am working on something to kind of just educate not just the Rareapepe community, but all communities, especially communities I'm involved in. So that's kind of basically what it ended up coming down to.
Gotcha. No, I understand that. And why I'm bringing it up too, because, some people brought it to my attention that they were confused. Like, hey, is he leaving? Is he upset with somebody? Was there a fight behind the scenes, or him and Rear Designer beefing? Like, why is he kind of coming at the? I'm like, did you actually go and read? Did you go look at the comments? And most people don't have the time. Like me, before I had to read it like 5 times to make sure that you were joking. And I went and looked at the comments and I said, okay, people are making those kind of laughing gifs, and I added in, but I give some context to let people know that this is like an engagement tweet. You're the champion of engagement right now, giving Franklin a run for his money. So I made sure people even saw my reply, that they would know that you were just joking, right? But I think a lot of people didn't know you were joking, right? So there were a lot of concerns yesterday, and we had spaces and people brought it up and, hey, what's going on? Do you have any more content? I'm like, I don't know, right? So I'm glad that you're kind of sharing that now publicly, because people were genuinely worried, right? They didn't know.
Yeah, I guess that any channels that I was in, I made sure to close the gap right away, and I also only left that open for a couple hours too. Like I didn't want to leave it open for the whole day. I wanted to leave it open until I started to feel a little bit of an effect, and then I could kind of go check the data. You'll also see that the Rareapepe Yacht Club official account did retweet it, saying thanks for educating the community, and so. Of all things, at minimum, I think it brought awareness to a lot of the groups that I'm in, saying like, hey, don't click links, guys. This is how you lose your Apepes. And then in a lot of these other groups too, I did share a video of a screen share of someone literally losing their NFT and how easy it can be. I don't know if you saw that, but that started floating around too.
You know what? And I didn't see that actually. And I'm in a lot of group chats, and I kind of catch some things, but I miss a lot of stuff because it moves so fast sometimes. So I didn't see that other one that you shared. Was it on your actual timeline or just in the group chats?
That, I believe, was just in the group chats yesterday. I think it was on the RAYC
totally
2.0 one, for sure.
I thought he got hacked. I thought you just got hacked, and that's all that happened, bro. Bro, when I see links, I don't click them. I don't care. I see. I'm like, I'm good.
Good. You're part of the solution.
Like people, and you know what? Actually, in the Twitter algorithm, I believe if you put links, it actually doesn't help your tweet at all.
You're 100% right. If you put links, it hurts it. Yep.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
Links
keep going,
are
guys.
one
I'm
of
listening.
the least engaging things you can put into your tweet or your post on Facebook or your Instagram or anything. Links that go off of the website are like they're just like kryptonite to whatever social media platform you're using because they don't want you to leave.
What do you think of since with your influence and like that mission of trying to get people more educated, of some sort of badge that other followers of yours could hold on to, that's like knowing that, all right, we've been schooled.
This is actually something that I've been thinking of. I am part of a Discord called Boring Security. And I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's literally the sole purpose of Boring Security is to educate people on security weaknesses like this. And there is hold on, I'm getting texts from my real estate agent. I just moved into this new house and I think I found some mold, so I'm like pissed. Anyways.
What about the pre-inspection, brother? You do the pre-inspection?
Bro, it's on the ceiling, and the ceiling is painted black. And I went to use it's in the small bathroom, and I went to use the bathroom, and I looked up, and it's like you can barely see it, but you know how spores are in these little circles.
For sure, no, I know what you mean. So I'm sorry to hear that, man.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. The place is actually really awesome. Sorry, I want to get back on topic. I was talking about Boring Security. So Boring Security is actually open to the public, and it is a board club, community-run security education Discord. And that is something that essentially I would like to, I don't want to necessarily replicate, but I'm kind of going through the gears in my head of whether to partner with them, whether to just straight up send traffic there as part of this project, or to almost kind of more replicate it in a different Discord. And that's all just like strategy and stuff that's going through my head. But if you haven't checked it out, just look it up on Twitter, called Boring Security. And when you get in there, they have like a series of questions, a series of quizzes. They have lessons, courses, those type of things that you can go through to help educate yourself on what, NFT security you might need, kind of compared to what you might not know. I mean, for me, like, I love the whole of the space. I just haven't got enough interest. Like, I want to teach people how to use ENS domains. I want to teach people why a hardware wallet isn't as safe as they think it is. Like, yes, you should have a hardware wallet, but no, it's not just the ultimate way to not get hacked. Like, once you sign a transaction that gives the other counterparty permission to do whatever they want, you can still lose your stuff, just because it's in your hands. People don't realize that. So.
Not very true. And I shared a story, I think, last week in a spaces that somebody I know, got her entire wallet drained. It was a hardware wallet, but, she was trying to move assets, actually, to another hardware wallet. And she went to a fake or a spoofed OpenSea, URL, connected her hardware wallet to there, started signing transactions from her hardware wallet to move to another hardware wallet, and then boom, everything got drained from her hardware wallet. So, like you said, it doesn't necessarily mean it's safer, because what you signed the authorization on a spoofed or whatever or efficient site, and that's it. Your assets are all gone.
Well, I know that this is a RAYC Twitter space, but I do want to kind of make an example of the Doge project real quick, because it's in the same spot RAYC was 30 days ago as far as vulnerabilities and security. There are a few things that happened with that project this week. One is the Discord invite link got expired, and it was placed on the website. It was placed in their Twitter feed. And I had no idea that you could do this, but some smart MFer out there went and took that same link, paid for Nitro or whatever it is on Discord, and made that their custom invite link, and then they directed the traffic to a bogus scam Discord server that they just opened, and they had a fake collab land on there. So it was just a blank server that got traffic from basically the same URL because it expired for the Doge project, but then they went and basically copped it as a username. And as soon as you got in there, you saw Collabland join, you would click that, give permission, and they had actually one of the RAYC community. Someone lost, I think, two of their RAYC NFTs to that. So being aware of these type of things is really key. So education is definitely key. The second thing that happened with that project is somebody registered. There's like Doge Club _NFT. They used a capital I instead of an L on the Doge Club part, and they copied the Twitter. So a few people fell for that as well. So like, there's all these little things, and just educating yourself and educating the community on essentially, like, I don't want to say gullible, but essentially, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. I think that is like the number one thing that you should follow when it comes to crypto security. There's other scams going on right now too, where, like, you'll have a RAYC, and let's say that it's listed for 0.50, but there's a WETH offer on it, and the WETH offer is for 0.83. And you look at it and you go, well, I could buy this right now for 0.50 and then sell it for 0.8 and make 0.33. This is easy. Well, that's a scam, because there's a bot on the other end that knows as soon as you buy it to cancel that WETH offer. And you just can't beat it because it's got all the gas and everything cranked up, and it's just a bot sitting there watching. So it can try to sell you the the NFT at a higher price than it's worth. So like that's 3 examples right there.
Oh, audio. Can I add one in actually? So, and I think in our group chat, one of them people were talking about that. It was like a motto or something that got airdropped to majority of Rareapepe holders, and I think people said some of them had offers on there. It got delisted already very quick, so it got removed from my wallet pretty quickly. But I think some people said that it still exists in their wallet, and then they're like, "Hey, what do I do?" I'm like, "Just leave it alone. Like, I would never touch any of those things. Even to move it to your hidden, yes, move it to hidden. You're not really." Yes, you have to sign an authorization to allow OpenSea to move your assets around, but you're not signing a signature to the smart contract tied to that asset. So pretty much it's safe to move it to your hidden, but I would just leave it, right? I wouldn't even interact with it whatsoever.
I heard about it. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to look into that one because I've been so busy moving. That one is actually really interesting to me because I don't understand yet how they're doing it. If they drop something to your wallet and you're going to OpenSea, the process is usually, authorize you do your 24-hour authorization on OpenSea so they can essentially see what's in your wallet. And then it goes to, if you want to sell, you have to approve the collection. And I assume that that's where they found some sort of a fault, is when you approve the collection. And I don't understand, if you're approving the collection at that point, it should be giving you an approval for all, specifically only for that NFT. So you have to read what comes out. And you know what? Right now, for everybody that's listening, probably one of the best things you can do to understand, because like none of us need that crap on OpenSea when it's like, okay, sign this transaction. If you're using Google Chrome, go and download the extension called revoke.cash. And what that'll do is, when you're being faced with an approval and you're not reading or you're racing around or whatever, this is on your computer. This is not on your phone. It will show you in plain English what you're about to do. It will say, hey, it'll pop up. It'll say, hey, be careful. You're about to allow OpenSea to spend all of your, Rareapepe Yacht Club. Are you sure you want to approve this? And you can click continue. And then the signature will come up, allowing you to decide if you want to actually sign that or not. That is just a nice little kind of safety net for most people. Revoke.cash is like one of your best friends, just in general. If you are minting a bunch of crap and you're not sure, or maybe you have some history with your wallet that you're not sure of and who has what permission, you can go to revoke.cash and you can revoke the permissions of any weird contracts that you might see. Generally, you're going to see marketplaces because that's where we all do our business. You'll see OpenSea. You'll see OpenSea Old if you've been in the business for a little while. And I revoked all those because I don't want old contracts having access to anything in case there's an exploit on the old contract. You never know. It's just like a software. You might find looks rare. You might find gem. You might find X2Y2. But some of the weird ones, sometimes it's just a contract address. I usually just revoke those. And the best time to revoke is probably whenever gas is low, because it does cost a little bit. You can revoke for like 50 cents or $1. Just go through it, and that'll help you. Go ahead, Primal Key.
Oh, I was going to mention 2 things. On the one thing, I noticed other side deeds, for example, it would say 3 Ethereum, but the WETH offer was 6, that they were actually revoking the WETH access on revoke, but OpenSea wasn't removing it until the person bought it, so they didn't have to use a bot. But the second thing on that one we all got today, I don't know the technical term because I'm not a dev, but I think they have a marked approval for all in those, that when you authorize it, it actually attacks certain assets, for example, a Pepe or Bored Ape, and transfers it when you do
that. Seems to be like the common approach too. When you're doing free mints and whatnot, a lot of times the method that they do is you go to their website, which is what they want, and then they try to get you to sign something that just says, just prove that this is you. And then you click, and it doesn't look dangerous, and you click it. What it's doing at that moment in time is it's checking your wallet contents. And a lot of people are thinking that they're just logging into the website. Well, once you click that, it goes, all right, what do they have? Do they have a Bored Ape? Do they have a Mutant Ape? And at that moment in time, I don't think that it's where you lose your assets, but what it does is it changes the signature that you're about to sign for gas on the mint. So, I believe that when you go and click mint, if you do have a valuable asset in your wallet, the signature will actually come up and it won't say mint anymore. It'll say, approval for all. And then that's when they try to steal your asset. And that's why, at least minting directly with contract whenever you can is more beneficial, because you can just go to the mint function and you can actually kind of read through the code a little bit and know that you're just going to mint. So, Tanny, and then
100%.
Tim.
Yeah, Tanny, and I'll come in afterwards for sure. Tanny, floor is yours.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask regarding the link that Edio did in his post yesterday. So it's not about just clicking the link; it's about like signing the transaction, right? So if you sign the transaction and it's like a fake one, you could drain your wallet.
Correct.
So it's not.
It's a gas transaction, generally speaking, but there's also just a signing a transaction where it might say like Seaport on there, and that is basically meaning that they look up the contents of your wallet, they see that you have something that they want, and then they're signing a transaction which looks innocent, but it'll actually sell it to them on OpenSea for like the price of 0.00.
Yeah. So what I mean is like, sorry, if I click a link, and it turns out that that is a fake one, but I don't sign anything, so it doesn't cause anything, right?
Honestly, you're probably fine. Yeah, like I don't see, if you just click onto a website and then click off, like you're fine. There's nothing that's going to happen. But if you click onto a website and then you connect your wallet, okay, that's like step number one for getting drained. The ultimate way to get anything drained is if you connect to a website and you sign. The signature alone is dangerous. I would probably give it like a yellow, but if you sign and you are committing any sort of gas, that is like a red danger zone. And if you sign, you commit to gas and it says anything other than the word mint in your MetaMask, that is like run away as fast as you can. So something that everybody should probably also know is that when you have a different wallet address with assets spread across all of them, if one of them gets hacked, the other ones are fine. So that's why it's safe. If you have a MetaMask, you can just create as many accounts as you want. Keep your stuff, keep some of your stuff, like your hot wallet stuff in your main wallets. But then whenever you want to mint some cool projects or whatever, open a new wallet, send a little bit of ETH to it, whatever, $5 usually is fine right now with gas. Mint from that wallet, because it's going to do the lookup and it ain't going to find anything. And then, it's just going to give you the scammy NFTs on the free mint. And if it ends up being a scam, well, they're stuck there. And if it ends up being legit, then, like RAYC, everyone's like, oh, it's a free mint. It was a free mint. But guess what? These things are awesome. They're valuable, right? So at that point, you could have used a burner, minted 10 or 20 or 30, waited, discovered this is a legit project, and then in the future, send it over your other wallet.
Yeah. Okay. So, one last thing though, about that NFT that got airdropped today to like some of us, the Amato one. So I got it also airdropped to my ledger, and I was worried like, could I have signed something and that I didn't know about?
You're safe.
It's like
you're safe.
it was randomly there, and I saw you that you posted on the chat about Revoke Cash, and I went there and like I checked that I didn't have anything on my ledger because I use that only to receive and send stuff.
So what people do is they look up on the public blockchain to see what you have. Like, I have a Bored Ape. I get tons and tons of junk in my hidden folder because they look up the contract and they go, okay, who has a Bored Ape? All right, mint and just airdrop. they just run an airdrop to all Bored Ape holders to get their attention because our attention is valuable. So if something just randomly drops into your wallet, like that's just kind of part of, that's just part of the game. It's no big deal. Yeah. If it hits your wallet and it's not automatically hidden by OpenSea, you can just go hide it. Sometimes it might take a couple days for a new item to get hidden by OpenSea. It's not a big deal. It's still going to be in your wallet. It's still going to be on the blockchain, but like just don't interact with it and you're fine.
Like if I just ignore it, nothing happens, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, because I went over some of the Bored Ape accounts and like wallets, and I saw tons of stuff. I thought like people buy these things, so I was like, what the heck? What are these things?
Well, that's another scam too. So here's another scam with an ERC 1155 token. What they can do is, and if you don't know what those are, that is a token that's not unique, meaning every single one looks the same, like a member's card. Oh, we dropped 1,000 members cards. Everyone looks the same. So what they will do is they will make a scam collection. They will take a portion of those and drop them into celebrities' wallets. And OpenSea will make it look like they minted it because OpenSea does not show the word airdrop. Don't ask me why, but they don't. So it'll say like Gary Vaynerchuk mint, and then you'll see like 10 of these cards, 20 of these cards. So people that are monitoring celebrities' wallets will see that and go, oh my God, they just minted this. I need to follow them. I need to mint this too. Now, what's interesting, if you go click it, even if they have it for sale or whatever, if you click that and it goes over to the collection, the lowest price is always going to be the scammer trying to sell something. And you might think, oh, Gary V just paid, 1 ETH for this, but there's one for sale for only 0.3 ETH. I'm gonna get in a better position than Gary V. When in fact that's just not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to thank you for hosting this, and Manny, thank you for the transition, and thanks for all the tips, guys. Thank you very much. You really helped.
You're very welcome.
And so,
you're very, very welcome.
And sorry for my English if it's a bit rusty.
No, you're good.
Oh no, you're good, man. You're good.
Never apologize for your English.
Yeah.
Seriously, never apologize. You're very good. What do you speak?
I'm natively Arabic. I'm from Jordan.
Okay. You know
from the other side of the world.
Here's some free alpha for you. You should be on top of those ENS domains, minting the living shit out of your Arabic because it's coming, baby. It's coming. How are the numbers over there? The number system is very, very important, right? Like the license plates and everything.
Yeah. We have different numbers, but like we use the English ones. So.
Okay, got it.
It's more common to use the English ones.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
I wanted to add one more thing about security. And Tanny, we appreciate the questions and everything, man.
Thanks.
So,
I've got
people with their
about
wallet.
5 or 10 more minutes, Tim, just to let you know. I'm gonna go
I think close it down. Yeah, we can do another space later on. I'm gonna go get some food as well.
I'd
but I
love
wanted
to
to
do
add.
Security space.
Yeah, we'll do that. Probably schedule that for next week or something. I think it's very important. But something else that I'm hearing that I haven't heard is, you shouldn't really have your MetaMask even engaged or unlocked for majority of the time. Like when you're doing anything on the internet, it should be locked almost at all times, unless you're really going to list something, you're going to buy something, or you're going to transfer to your ledger. Otherwise, your MetaMask should be locked. So if you go to a site and then it pops up your MetaMask, you should always be leery, because most sites won't automatically call for your MetaMask to be open, right? But
OpenSea
a lot of people, OpenSea, not usually. Like if I go there right now, it won't prompt me to open my MetaMask.
If you hit your profile page, it will. But if you hit the homepage, it won't.
And also, what I do, if I'm checking my wallet, I don't actually, like a little cheat code. If I want to look at the stuff in my wallet, I don't actually click the profile. I just kind of search my actual name and view it like I'm a stranger. Right, and I just sort it by how I want to sort it, versus me actually having to go into my profile. Because I'm not listening to anything or trying to sell anything. Why am I actually needing to go to my profile? Yeah, that's how I do it. Right. So I never really have my MetaMask open.
All my stuff is organized. If you search the name Audio King, and then you'll get like 20 wallets that come up. Just because I'm able about separating everything. I've got Audio King Vault, I've got Audio King Board 8 Vault, I've got Audio King Other Side Vault, and those are all hardware wallets. I don't touch them because I'm in it for the long haul. You know, I put my RAYCs in a vault called apepe.eth, you know? Like, I actually do own apepe.eth because I saw the foresight to get a lot of these things. And I did, you know, I paid a good amount for it from the reseller, but, you know, I believed in the project. And I still do. So if there's any question out there about my position, because like Tim, you said people were worried yesterday, I still completely believe in this project. I think it's incredible. I think Pepe Designer is doing an awesome job. He freed up his time. He's starting to engage. I'm extremely bullish. That's why I'm surprised nobody seemed to be buying during the AMA earlier, because I know I would have been buying if I didn't already have my bags packed.
Oh, 100%. But I think once again, it's a good. And you can close it down after this thought if you want to. But to me, it's a great sign because nobody's FOMO in. There's no FOMO artificial hype where people are going to be trying. Okay, I'll buy now at 0.4, and then hopefully I get a pump and I sell at 0.5, and then I'm out again. And you don't really. Yes, that activity is kind of healthy, but that doesn't really promote, you know, building the brand the way that Rare Designer very, you know, very well articulated today. That hey, I'm trying to build a brand here, guys, not just a trade-in project where you can make 0.2 or 0.1 ETH profit kind of thing, right?
Well, when you have a village full of 10,000 people, you're going to have a few drunks. You're going to have a liquor store. You're going to have, you know, a grocery store. Everyone's going to be doing different things inside of the community. And, you know, a certain percentage of the community members are going to do what we're doing. Run spaces, build, make some cool shit, mutate their, you know, Apepe, make cartoons. Like, it's kind of all about just bridging that gap and then communicating on the Discord or in a Twitter chats and getting people together in groups to do certain things. Like, one of the things that I'm like probably the most kind of personally a little disappointed with is coming onto the project so early. I'm very good at organizing a really, really high functioning Discord. And I offered to the team to do that. But they didn't, I don't know how to say his name exactly, but Cantilever basically, I think, was just like, no, we don't really want to use bots. We kind of want to custom make and custom build a lot of all the functionalities inside our Discords. So there's some alpha for you guys, is that everything that's in there is like really ironclad. You know, like they want to look at it so closely. And I know that he reads every line of code before any bot he's even interested in putting into the Discord, because he takes his project seriously. But the part that just kind of disappointed me was like, I'm a very visionary, like CEO type of person where I can just look at something and go and know exactly what an awesome looking machine will be. And, you know, when they turned me down for that or just said we're not really interested, that's when I decided I was going to make my own fan club. And unfortunately, some people out there don't like that I did that, but I did that for that reason, because I still wanted the community to have those outlets that I think that they deserve. And I just couldn't do it in the official Discord. So, you know, in my fan Discord, I sorted, you know, when you sign up, it gives you roles based upon what you connect. So if you connect your wallet and you've got 10 Apepes in there and they've got all different types of trades, a crown, a diamond grill, so on and so forth, it automatically assigns you all those roles. And then if you have actually 10 or more, you become part of like the whale club. And the whale club gives you different rights. And, you know, I kind of gamify it a little bit, but at the same time, because it's not official, we don't have thousands of members and it's a lot less effective. And I was really hoping to contribute that to the community. And this community manager position that they're kind of, you know, vying for recently is interesting. I'm curious what's going to end up coming of that. I think I've regained a little bit of interest in that too. I don't know where your head's at on that, Tim, if you're still looking at that, but you know, someone to kind of
I'm definitely interested, right? I know you.
Yeah.
For sure, and I think that's, you know, and maybe it's two separate roles, right? I think they were saying a lot today from Manny's translation about communications, and I think Funky was saying earlier too, for having like a communications role and having a community manager role. So maybe it's two different roles, right, in the ecosystem, which I think probably is needed.
It's definitely needed, but I also think that they have a really good handle on it now compared to where they were 30 days ago. That first AMA just really kind of scared me. But I think that today they had a great handle on it. I'm curious, actually, from the audience, what did you
Hey,
guys
Frank, I think you
think?
have a hot mic, so your background's kind of drowning out audio a little bit.
Oh, here we go. Let's mute him. What did you guys think about the English translation being completely separate with Manny, as opposed to the original AMA where we had to stop and pause and wait?
I thought it was better to have it real time with Manny with like a separate room. I think there in the future there could be something done a little bit more smoothly. I think where, for Manny's sake, where he doesn't have to kind of be running against the gun and trying to keep up with the speed of the designer speaking. I think that's gonna be something we have to figure out in the future to
Yeah,
make
I
it
think
easier for the
that.
translators.
Hey,
Like two
Audio, you know what I
spaces,
was,
same message, right? Two
you know what I
spaces,
was,
same message.
you know what I
Hold
was
on,
thinking, Audio,
yeah.
and we was doing that. If some way, I don't know if there's a program or anything that we could get that it'll translate it on a computer, right? And we could do this on your Discord, right? And have it have a video of it, either pointing to the computer, and you could translate it into English, and people could read it as he speaks, like a Google translator, and it'll translate everything, and everybody could read what's being said. I don't know if they have anything like that.
So on a real Twitter space, I know that on the desktop computer, there is already native technology that spits out what is being said directly onto the screen. I almost wonder, because it's in Spanish, I almost wonder if there's a way to just automatically translate those words that are being put onto the screen, maybe. I'm not sure. I definitely would love to invite anyone, into my Discord or something on the next one, where maybe we listen to it on Twitter, but then we actually have the group on Discord in one of the voice chats or something, and see how that goes. I have to test out the voice chat functionality still, because that's something I'm actually not familiar with, is voice on Discord. But other than that, it's good.
Yeah, I'm glad I've been quiet over here. I've been working on this thing, man. Uh, wait till you see this thing.
Oh man, oh Manny. Tim, I'm actually gonna keep chatting while I walk, so I have a little more time.
So I'm getting putting in an order for some food. So I was on the Uber app getting my dinner loaded up.
Yeah, this thing is it's coming along quite nice, but I think they're gonna appreciate it.
And by the way, if I rug, we'll just call that the end of the
If you rug it,
session. Because
it's Tim's fault.
Am I rugging right now?
No, you're good.
Oh, geez, scared me. I'm unfamiliar kind of with the area and my cell phone service.
No, I said was if you rug, it was Tim's fault, huh?
Yeah, it was a good time. All Tim's fault. Actually, I think co-hosts can hold the space for a good amount of time before the place actually rugs. Because
They
I've
can.
rugged a few times.
I'll give you an example. I think James Poppy had a space the other night, and I think he fell asleep actually. But he had
I heard
Michael.
that.
Yeah, and the room stayed open until he woke up in the morning time. Actually, if his phone didn't die, the
No.
room stayed open.
Well, did his phone rug, or
And maybe
did
it
he
did
just fall
rug.
asleep and keep it
I'm not
open?
quite sure. His phone may have rug. Or I'm not sure though.
That's hilarious. What do you guys think about the Kiss the Frog hashtag? I liked it. I liked that idea earlier.
Lick a frog? Or kiss a frog?
Lick the frog.
Well, both of them. One turns you into a prince. The other turns you into a zombie. It's like red pill, blue pill. What do you think about that? Gamify that shit.
That could be a good idea, man. I know we've been kind of throwing different ideas around how we could gamify it with the serums and merging and burning too, or whatever it may be. So that could be, yeah, Kiss the Frog. I'm not sure how that could play in, what kind of mechanic that could actually be, but yeah, it's a definitely in a concept that's interesting.
I prefer lick the frog. A long lick.
I know.
A long, big lick.
There you go.
Yeah, lick the frog sounds right.
Kind of goes with the culture, I think.
Yeah.
Especially the DMT trait. I mean, we've got to make the first lick has got to be like, I'll offer up my DMT, mutate it. I'm going to have the full family then. I'm going to have the RAYC, the Doge, the zombie, the mutant, the mega zombie. It'd be crazy. Need to get that Bored Ape.
Go get it, bro. Go get it. This is the time.
Audio. I'm just trying to get this food done. Yeah, go ahead. Who's talking? Go ahead. Go ahead. The floor's yours. Things you tripped in.
I was gonna say this is the time to buy and build. Buy and build. You know, selling. You know, if you're gonna sell, that comes later.
I think so. We don't know what the future holds, but what we do know is that history might not repeat itself, but it rhymes. And you've got Ethereum at 1500, whatever it is right now. Like, it could go up, it could go down, but history repeats itself. It's going to go up at some point. We're just going to be here. We're going to be here building, and there's going to be a lot less Ethereum in the future than there was recently because now we're deflationary.
Yeah, I saw a number, if I can find it, it's probably too far on my feed, of how much Ethereum is going to be burned every single day. The number, I think it was something like $20 million worth or $30 million worth of Ethereum burnt every single day. So yeah, the deflationary mechanism is pretty, pretty robust and heavy duty if it's going to be to that tune every day that they're burning, right?
Yeah, definitely. People are really ambitious about staking. I think you need 32 ETH to stake.
Yeah, it's 32 ETH, and now I think it's to be a validator or a node runner. I think those are the two ways that you can actually stake it, and you have to operate as one of those two. And I'm not sure of all the parameters. I haven't done it myself yet. I have some friends that do both or do either one of those, and I can definitely go and ask the questions of what that entails. But I think that's what they're really promoting now going forward versus having any of the miners, right? So the validator and the super node masters are going to be the ones that are pretty much maintaining and creating the supply, or helping to deflate the supply, I should say.
Yeah, I wish this was around in 2017 because I ended up having a Guardian master node for another project, and it was not cheap, Tim. It was very expensive, and the token price dropped, I want to say like 98% or something like that. And if you sold, you lost your master node. So, of course, like the incentive was, if you're going to keep getting this yield and you don't want to lose your node, you can't sell, but then the value went down. And it was just like, that was probably one of the biggest losses actually in my life in crypto.
Oh wow, yeah, man, and I've heard some horror stories, from other people that were, holding. I think another one that was pretty bad for people recently, in recent memory, was Strong Node. I think people kind of got wrecked if they were a master node or a node master on that platform, and it didn't fit. It was doing well in the beginning, but then I think once everything kind of fell out, people started to lose their shirts on that.
Yikes! Yikes! All right, well, let's see if there's any more questions. I think it's a good time to wrap this up. We're talking about staking and all this other stuff now, and it was a racy aftermath. I think we answered quite a lot of questions. Manny, thank you so much for, stepping up and doing what it is that you do with the translation. I think you did a great job summarizing. Sometimes we don't want to hear all the fluff. We want the cliff notes. And I think that you did a great job on kind of filtering through all the stuff that we don't really need to hear. Most of us already know half this stuff. So, yeah, it was much better getting the summarized version than rushing through and kind of repeating everything with this one. So, great job with that. And Tim, always happy to have you as co-host. I'm glad you jumped in.
No, my pleasure. Thank you, Audio. Thank you, Manny. Appreciate you guys. Everybody that came to speak. Great conversation as per usual.
Yeah, and Pepe age 6, I'll be in Tulum sometime. I'm going to hit you up whenever I decide to come to Tulum. Maybe we'll all go down there and just do an IRL thing when Pepe's are 5'8", Let's do it up. Have a good Mexican get together, and we can invite Rare Designer since he's down there apparently.
Since he's Mexican.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah. So, and yeah, that's a wrap. So thanks, guys. I'm going to close the space now.
Sounds good. Thanks, Audio, Manny. Let me be Frank, Snipe, Pepe, Age, Tanny, Tripty, everybody down there as well. Appreciate y'all. And Pepe.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Se fueron las mujeres porque por allá anda Pepe. Mira cómo corren cada vez que venga Pepe.
I always like to keep it on for a little bit so we can get the swing of things going.
Close out song, man. I was figuring you're close it here.
Oh yeah, we closed it already, but I gotta keep it open for the encore.
Peace out, guys.
Se fueron las mujeres porque por allá anda Pepe. Mira cómo corren cada vez que venga Pepe.